And let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Ham. The 4:30 session of this meeting is to discuss the legal services budget review.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll start with the introduction. This report was generated by myself and Scott Smith, the City Attorney, at the request of the Council to bring forward current expenditures related to legal services budget and also help as we begin the next steps into our next fiscal year budget cycle in terms of identifying the budget for fiscal year 2021. So with this, I'll turn it over to Scott, but basically there's going to be a detailed overview of the cases and the cost associated to those cases, both from a fiscal year and an inception to date standpoint. And so with that, I'll stop and be ready to answer any questions that may be necessary by the council.
So quickly, I just wanted to, we've gotten a number of emails over the course of the last several months making different sort of assertions that our contract rate is not what is being charged on certain matters. Like one example was, I think it was a CEQA attorney from BBK was charging $480 something an hour for a matter, but our contract rate was lower. Can you address that? Have we audited those issues?
Yes. Yes, sir. So we have a number of individuals, not only myself, but we have a management analyst and we have department heads that review all of the invoices that BBK generates.
Okay.
Depending on which department it needs to go to, those department directors review. In the example that you brought forward, if I remember correctly, I want to say that the hourly charge that was being said was about $485. We couldn't find any charges relative to that particular attorney for those charges. We did find their hourly rate, which is the litigation rate, on the developer deposit charges that was charged appropriately and in accordance with the contract.
Okay, so do we have, I know in certain, like my firm, for example, for our clients, we have lists of the attorneys that are working on different matters and what their rates are. Do we have that sort of current list of attorneys working on matters, what their rates are being charged? That we can
Through invoice history, yes, we do.
Okay, is that something that we could disseminate at some point?
I don't think that would be a problem with public
Today or
record, no?
Whatever, so we can make sure that that's nailed down before we turn it over to Scott. Any other questions from the dais before we get to Scott?
No.
Gene?
Eric, I'll let you finish.
Yes, sir.
How often do you challenge the bills that you see, that you go back to BB&K and ask for clarity or more clarity, or do you just have a lack of understanding? And as a matter of practice, do you go back and forth with BB&K?
Yes, every month, sir. Usually we'll look at different things as it relates to subject matters to make sure that they're being billed under the appropriate subject matter. So there'll be times where we'll see something that's over here in this pot but should be under this subject matter to keep all charges consolidated. We'll also call them on specific charges to make sure that they're appropriate and necessary. And if we see duplicate charges, we'll bring that to BBK's attention as well. I'm not saying that we have seen duplicate charges, but we may see an hour and a half for prepping for a conference call, and then we may see 45 minutes for preparing a memo related to the conference call, hypothetically, and we'll talk to BBK about that. In many cases, we'll receive a revised bill, whether it's moving the subject matter to the appropriate subject or providing better billing accuracy for the charges that were incurred for those subject matters.
Okay, thank you. Eric, Scott?
Mayor and Council, thanks for this opportunity. The Council identified this workshop as an opportunity leading in to the budgeting for the next fiscal year, looking at legal services as a significant and probably reducible element of next year's budget. We're happy to have the chance to present kind of where we've been, where we hope to go, and some opportunities to reduce legal costs in a city that needs to count every dollar. The goals of this are on the first page of the agenda. That's to let you review, to the extent you can publicly and share with the community, the elements of legal expenses during last year. We're midway through that year technically, and there's opportunities to adjust those at mid-year, and especially as matters are open and rolling into the next fiscal year that you'll start budgeting for next month. We aren't able to talk about every element of your legal representation publicly. We want to try to do that. But in doing through this, summarizing the work in progress, we tried to give you and the opportunity to discuss as much as possible in public without compromising our strategy, so that members of the public can understand and appreciate or oppose the initiatives that are underway in the City Attorney's Department. And finally, as I mentioned, the third goal is to identify cost-saving opportunities on pending matters, and some that will carry into the next fiscal year. There are some things that we've done, some strategies we've implemented at the council's behest that I'll flag that have actually saved money that would have been spent above and beyond the significant budget that's before you. I wanted to explain, because it's been raised several times in these chambers, that the vast majority of California's mid and small-sized cities they rely on legal services cities contract out legal services with a full-service municipal law firm for their legal affairs. In South Orange County, there's only one city that has an in-house staff. That's the city of Newport Beach, which has a lot more legal activity and a lot bigger budget than San Clemente's. The idea is that no one can be a jack of so many trades, and so that if 2 or 3 of us were to hole up at City Hall with a paralegal, secretary fully loaded with PERS and other benefits, we'd be able to understand most of what happens in a municipal law office, but not everything. And you constantly and regularly rely on specialists that require deep dives. Doing that under one contract, as most cities do, provides continuity so that you're not paying for the learning curve so many times, efficiency, and then accountability. You only have to make one call to me, unless it involves insurance defense or code enforcement. And then I'm accountable for the quality of work and what you're getting from the entire department. So with that, I don't know, Laura, if we could show attachment B. That's a graphic. It's black and white on the published agenda, but color here. And what we did was take the last fiscal year and broke it down by the big chunks and the small chunks of the legal services last year. And then we gave you the life of contract dating back 5 years. That's the next exhibit, but we'll start with this one. General services are our support for your departments and the council and the city manager on a day-to-day basis. There's been one misunderstanding, and that's our predecessors had a flat fee retainer for general services of $10,000. That's not true at all. What they had, in fact, was a discounted rate for the first 200 hours that then escalated into regular or higher rates for what followed on that. When we looked at that, we signed on to that originally, but when we looked at that 2 years ago with the council and your management staff, we noted that what that really provided was a disincentive for us to be efficient, because if things dragged out past the 200-hour mark, then we would make more money taking longer and billing more time than we would otherwise. So what we did, and this was based on a treatise called The Death of the Billable Hour, that really noted that attorneys traditionally make more money by taking longer. So what we did there was flipped your model into kind of a more modern model that put the incentive on us to be efficient. So the longer we take and the more tedious we are in producing general services, the less we make as a firm. We're responsible for getting good grades and getting good evaluations from city staff and from you, but we actually make less if we take longer doing general services now. We also combed a lot of carve-outs and hourly work into that, with the exception of the Public Records Act work, which was too mercurial and too variable here for us really to price as a fixed fee element of our contract. And I'll come back to how that's tracked a little bit later. General services work for each fiscal year since we started have averaged $442,000. I think that's really in keeping with what a city of your size and complexity spends in that regard. I think it's less than on general services than our predecessors charged, but you have to break down litigation from general services to know that. That general services flat fee included some pretty significant items like $180,000 regarding new mobile home park regulations in your LCP, LUP, and $200,000 for looking at legislation, proposing statutory regulation in Washington and Sacramento on mobile home, or I'm sorry, on a group home and treatment homes. So that's the general services. In that general services budget, the red one on your left is work that we think is extraordinarily expensive in San Clemente. It's demand-driven work relating to Public Records Act requests. Beginning in 2015-16, the city spent $58,000 in that endeavor. That has escalated over 4 years to $172,000 last fiscal year. It's tracking better this year at $53,000 because we were able to implement some strategies that the council identified. But $172,000 is way too much, we think, for just lawyers working on Public Records Act production, especially when you consider the significant allocation of staff and city employees that are spending probably that much time again on their side of it. In 2019, last year, this council identified several strategies for trying to reduce these costs. I've noted them and won't belabor them on page A3 of the agenda. We have had significant in-service with your staff. One real contributor to this effort was out on family leave last year. She came back hard and very productive and very knowledgeable in this area. I think that's helped. We noted last year at one point that 40% of the work we were doing to review, we and staff were doing to review Public Records Act requests had to do with records that need not have been retained. They were records just sitting around that could and should have been eliminated pursuant to your records destruction schedule. So council last year authorized the implementation of those strategies. We had to train staff how to review what was on their desktops so we didn't delete records inadvertently. And then we had to go through the tricky ones to be ready to do that. But that was council's idea that we saw through with Joanne and your IT and management staff's help that I think has made a big difference. We've focused the people who work on this at our shop into pods so that we are bringing the same pod of lawyers and or paralegals to the same clients all the time. So there's continuity, there's usual faces, usual issues, repeats that we aren't starting to learn every time on a clean sheet of paper. They have a track record with you. And the last but not least, the council had this creative idea that we saw through pretty far, but not all the way to implementation. And that's that we lawyers, and especially litigators, engage in e-discovery all the time, where electronic records are sought pursuant to discovery requests. The city has those all the time, and those records are usually tracked down and produced or not by an e-discovery team in our shop. The problem with that is that the only people who know how to drive that program are lawyers and paralegals and our law clerks. And so what we did was identify a vendor who sells e-discovery software and challenged him to create a cockpit, so to speak, where a civilian, a non-lawyer at City Hall could be able to review city records as they might an e-discovery record. And that's a pretty cool concept, because what that does is sorts through what the requester has asked for. It assigns probability to the likelihood that hits in that database are going to be pertinent to that requester's request. And then it makes preliminary decisions with very sophisticated artificial intelligence to be able to produce those records and kind of do a lawyer's work before a lawyer looks at it. There was encouragement, there was meetings with our people and also with your people. It was determined that right now your system doesn't talk to this vendor system quite well enough yet, but you are updating your records retrieval system, and there's a high likelihood that in the very near future, that vendor could come together with your IT staff and actually write software that could do this in San Clemente. I don't know of any city that's done that. The county itself, for example, plods through record by record just like we do, trying to guess if it's something that somebody's interested in. And this would be a great solution if we could bring it to bear. We identified in the agenda report some strategies for fiscal year 1920 to try to bring this down. One is to limit the city's budget for PRA requests. You've earmarked and wanted to spend about $5,000 a month on this, which is a good, healthy budget for a city of your size. As I mentioned, that amount's been inadequate. You have to respond, at least preliminarily, to every requester, and we may or may not be able to make that stretch. One way to do that would be, instead of limiting the overall budget, to limit the budget that is available to individual requesters. Your system right now gives individuals all they can eat when it comes to asking for records and asking for your staff and lawyers, if there are legal questions, to sift through it. And it's a very small number of requesters that drive this significant budget. You have to tell those requesters if you're going to respond to their requests in 10 days, but you're given the time that it takes with reasonable budget parameters to sort through and actually bring that work to bear. I bring Public Records Act requests to the LADOT all the time. In 10 days, they get back to me to tell me if they think those records are actually disclosable, and then they take the time they need, giving me updates at the end of every month about the legwork and the effort that they can give to me to bring that request to fulfillment. But we would strongly recommend that the council consider that directive going into this next fiscal year, so that there's a budget of 2 or 3 or 5 hours per citizen, so that the rest of the public aren't underwriting that significant effort on behalf of just a few. Applicant-initiated work is one of the strategies that we put together with staff. Applicants are required to provide the city full cost recovery when they use engineers or contract
Sorry,
planners.
Scott, can I stop you there?
Yeah,
I was trying
please
to
do as we
think
go.
through that recommendation, sorry to. So
Yeah,
what
I'll stop
happens
as
then
we
if,
go. Let's do
if
that.
we,
It's a workshop.
if we limit the amount of time per person, okay, how does that work then if person asks, that's used their allotted hours, and they ask for more documents, then what? The law doesn't say we just can't respond.
Can't
so-
stop. You have to respond to that person and tell them whether or not you're going to produce the documents. And we have to kind of know what they're looking at and what exceptions there might be to those documents.
Is there a
But-
way, just in terms of our process, that we could modify? So we know generally the names of our lawyers, right?
Yes.
Is there a way for us, through our IT or otherwise, to just sort of keep those emails segregated? Or when there's a search, to search out through the search terms of the lawyers, pull those aside, and then release the other tranche of documents that don't include a lawyer, and we could have somebody trained up on, okay, are these attorney-client privileged or work product or otherwise? I think Irvine and some other folks use that method, and that would, because hopefully right now, we're not just sending things straight to Best, and Krieger. They're working through staff first and then perhaps going to you folks.
Yeah, what IT I'm looking for Eric there. What IT strategies there are, we could definitely explore.
So I don't want to put the onus on
I-
you, because I don't think
No, I
that's
know.
fair
No,
to tell people, well, you've used your 4 hours,
Yeah,
so.
but what could they get that doesn't involve lawyers?
Yeah.
Or anything that
I
kind of
just don't,
touches
I
on
don't think that's workable, because we're not going to want to,
It might be.
I don't know.
It's definitely workable. I will say, just because I do.
Which one? The 5 hours or the one that I just talked
The
about?
one that you mentioned.
Okay.
Both are workable, but to your point, yes. I will say that, as Scott mentioned earlier in his staff report, there is a select group that we deal with on a regular basis in our public records request. And most of those public records requests, if not all of them, always involve all of the emails to Scott or to, Mal and so forth. So a good portion of those requests already include the city attorney's email as one of the email searches. But to your point, any emails that come up responsive to that request that don't have an attorney on there, those can be quickly provided without any issue.
Well, are those generally paper documents, or are most of our files now?
They're all electronic.
Well, so, I mean, I guess the point being is if we can segregate those somehow through IT, if somebody requests 30 years of emails and we have them, let them drink from the fire hose. If we can, if we can separate out the other documents, why do we care at that point?
We do not. So, I mean, in those requests that we get that don't have, well, even if they do have a legal response from the emails, but they have other emails that are not touching legal, those can be released relatively quickly. We clean them up for dupes, so we don't provide duplicates and so forth.
So I don't think it's fair to put the onus on Scott to say, we're gonna have 5 hours. If we need them to review stuff for privilege, then we need them to review stuff. But if we can segregate things at the city level, the administrative level, before we even have to go to BBK, then I think that takes care of a lot of this. 'Cause, man, I don't know how many emails are exchanged per day, but I can't imagine that Scott is on
No.
even 5% of them.
Someone can say, I talked to the lawyer and he said X, but your staff is, those can be
That's training.
filtered out and
That's
trained.
putting attorney work product,
Yeah.
attorney-client privilege in the subject line.
They're
Don't worry
pretty
about
good at it. I mean, I know one case where there were 10,000 hits because of the parameters. We don't counsel requesters anymore. That's not workable because they never know if we're being fair with them or guiding them down a path. So they don't counsel them, and hence, you'll have 10,000 hits, about 200 of those reach us. So they're doing a pretty good job at that already, but if you parsed, I don't want to say, if you budgeted the work coming to lawyers, but I think that's what you're proposing, Mayor, but not the remainder of the work, that might be a way of getting it done.
Well, I'm looking at and sorry to digress on this, but I think a year ago, we brought this up as like the mission critical, we need to reduce these costs. And there's still a big component of our budget. I think you even identified that this was sort of the disappointing area. And I know we have a few folks that send out a ton of PRA requests, and we know that's likely going to continue happening. So how can it's not fair to put the onus on the attorneys to say, stop spending less money, or stop spending money for doing what you're asking you to do if we can correct our process at the city level, so we don't have to lean on them quite so much. And
Absolutely.
that's what I'm interested in doing, because I don't think it's fair to say, hey, review all these documents, but don't charge us so much. So there's got to be a better way. Other cities are doing this stuff. Have we surveyed other cities to see how they're managing this?
We have, when we originally were looking at some other process changes, I know that we talked to a number of cities, including Lake Forest, because they had looked at some software to help deal with public records requests. And so we did look at other cities, but I think your point is well taken, that we can definitely do some refining to make sure that what we give BBK is strictly legal related review and nothing
Well,
else.
just training employees as well, that if you're talking to an attorney or you're talking about stuff that was said by an attorney, all you have to do in the subject line is say attorney-client privilege, and then it's easily flagged. And, I know right now it's sort of systemic that they're not doing that, but once you get into that habit, then it's easy going forward. So
Yeah.
that seems like that's a simple training thing that could be done
Absolutely.
to help us out, so, sorry. I'll be quiet.
Thank you. Yes, prior to BBK, we used to do the public records requests in-house, and the city clerk can speak more to this, but I worked here, and sometimes we had large stacks of documents, and several of us would help go through those and pull out the ones that were pertinent to give to the requester and those that were privileged information. So somehow we ended up giving everything, it seems like, to BBK, which has driven up the costs. I don't know, is staff going through some of these first? Maybe because when I was, just before I was on council, I did a public records request, and mine went straight to BBK because I was looking for information, more information about the district-based elections, right? So, of course, some of that involved legal work. So is that why my request went straight to your office, Scott? Because it didn't go through city clerk first.
I don't know.
Okay.
And we just take what's sent to us. I think if you're taking a $10,000 or 10,000 unit production down to 200, staff is working pretty hard. But one point that you raised, not you, but the council raised last year, and that we've been considering, is whether this is understaffed. I think that's what you're wondering on the city side, and then having to be staffed with more expensive lawyers and paralegals. And so we definitely are attuned to that.
Right.
And
I just trying to understand how, a lot of cities have the city clerk's office process public records request. You know, I work for a city, similar geographic size, population, and there's 3 people in the city clerk's office, and that task is handled solely in-house. And again, some of us help on occasion with tracking down those documents, so we don't rely on a city attorney and have legal expenses related to public records requests at
Yeah.
all.
And if I may, just as a point to Councilmember for Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, what we do send to BBK is typically what's related to litigation. So when we get requests that border on litigation or litigious nature, we will give them to BBK. And I will speak for the records coordinator, Megan Jimenez, who we've had, who's been a great addition to the city clerk team. She's very good about dealing with parsing out emails as she gets them and sending what she thinks is what is necessary for BBK to review, either for privileged and whatnot. One of the things, and I know Joanne can speak to this as well, that we've been struggling with over the last couple of years with our volume of PRAs that have grown significantly since I've been here, is that records coordinator also has other duties and responsibilities as well in terms of archiving and micro imaging all of our contracts and so forth. And sometimes the PRA load even goes back to the previous employee, will take up most of that position's time, and then they have a problem getting with their other tasks and responsibilities, going back to the staffing question that Scott brought up, just as a side note.
going into the, sorry, if you don't mind, Councilmember, just going into the budget, this is the perfect time that we'd want to talk about that equilibrium between non-lawyers at City Hall at a lower rate than lawyers and paralegals, and check that, Councilmember, and so we definitely do that as we roll into.
Sorry, hang on,
next.
Councilmember James, I think Councilmember Ward hit her button first, so I'll let.
Oh,
you
then
have
I
a
rushed to
question?
Kathy, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Yeah.
So I wanted to follow up on what Councilmember Ferguson said. I don't want the public to think that our staff does not work on these, because we do have a records coordinator. But I also want to mention something that the council may not know, is we've had several coordinators quit because of the volume of PRA requests since 2015 and the contentious manner in which they were handled. So these were people that had worked for us for, I don't know, the first one over 20 years, and they just couldn't do it anymore. I want to say even 30 years.
I
And
don't
they,
know that that was the sole reason.
No, it wasn't.
but,
She retired.
yeah,
she did retire, but
she was very tired.
very tired of the public records request. So it's not that BBK is doing these, they're just doing the ones that probably have confidentiality for different litigation that we're in. And so I just wanted to make that statement, because it sounded like we give all of our PRAs to you, and that's just not true. And hasn't been true in the past, and it isn't true today. So I understand what you're saying of trying to limit them. So hopefully that is a process that we can do going forward.
Absolutely.
Councilmember James?
You referred to a small number of requesters. Is that 10?
That's less than 10, sir.
What's the number?
I want to say I'd estimate about 5.
5. And those 5, what's the cost to us, the fiscal year to date, or
I would say the majority of the cost that you're looking at today is related to those requesters.
One other question I had that I noted, there's a statement on page A2, San Clemente's expenses on PRA services, staffs, and lawyers significantly larger than most BBK contract cities. Scott, I assume that was probably information that you gathered, but what's the comparison on magnitude? Magnitude, like how much more are we spending?
Well, the caveat is it's getting more and more expensive everywhere. There's just a lot of healthy public scrutiny of public records. But this was on the high end of our Orange County cities, for example. Some of our clients hit that 60,000, well, 60,000's on the high end, 172's off the charts. But I want to say that they were running sometimes $40,000, $50,000. 60 seemed like a number that was attainable, and that's how we chose it.
So quick question then, are we being charged the same rates for that work that other cities are being charged?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah, it's all, in fact, it's probably discounted. Well, it is discounted, now that I think about it. There's a carve-out and a lower rate.
I'm just trying to
for that work.
compare, so is
Yeah.
it an apples to oranges comparison?
No,
Are we
your rate's a
being-
little lower, so. on
Our
that,
rate is
yeah.
lower, okay.
Thank you. And City Attorney, how many of your clients, BBK's clients in Orange County, utilize this $5,000 a month for CPRA requests?
Oh, they're the only one. Some of them have it included in their retainer services, and others are just hourly. Do you want to go to special services? I want to make
I just
sure.
wanted to ask a question. So if it's included in the retainer, how much more? I'm trying to think if we get a
Well,
better deal if we include that
I
in the
know.
retainer.
Well, we talked about that, and we tried to negotiate that, but the risk, what I do, if my partners do, is if we cover it for a fixed amount, we handicap it based on your track record, and so we didn't think you wanted to do that.
Okay.
Because it would be inflated to cover the down years, which you didn't look likely to have, but we're always open to talk about that. I was mentioning the applicant-initiated cost recovery. We worked real closely with community development this year on coding their system to our system and your billing system, so that if we're doing SQL work and it's at a particular applicant's behest, not for a city project, then that applicant's being paid for that. And we're doing a good job there. Well, you hate them to pay for legal services, but these are services that they ask for and that we're happy to provide at the counter in support of your staff. So we're doing a really good job of covering that. And when we came on board, I don't even know if you had that. So that's general services. And you go to litigation services, as you can see from the pie chart, that's everything that's not in the forest green. And those amounts are big. There's always the opportunity where the city is the plaintiff and initiated litigation to stop being a plaintiff and terminate those cases. I'll go through those cases quickly in a minute here. Where you're a defendant and someone sued you, it's a little harder to get out of the thicket. But in every one of these cases, there's the opportunity to acquiesce to the demands of the lawsuit and to avoid that litigation expense. As you can see, going from the big pie pieces clockwise around the pie chart there, the big expenses in the city's litigation budget last year and before relate to several quality of life initiatives that at the time of their enactment were very controversial, and it's probably shouldn't be a surprise, I hope it's not, that they resulted in litigation that's expensive to defend. In each of those cases, I'm happy to say we gave the city council a budget, and in all but a couple cases, nailed the budget, brought the project, usually a victory, into place at the amount that the council expected to spend. That's not to say that this council is obligated to continue in pursuit of those defenses, or especially in pursuit of the cases that the city's brought. But we wanted them to be here so you could see them and all their glory and all their cumulative expense. This chart is a lot like the chart that follows, so if it's okay, I'll just speak off last year because that's really what's going to drive the coming year. The biggest piece of the pie is the contribution to the challenge. Well, a third of that budget, actually 37%, is related to stopping a toll road coming through San Clemente. There are experts that were retained under our auspices that are 20% of last year's budget, even closer to 30% of the 5-year budget. 14% of that is the outlay that my firm has covered at no cost to the city to bring that lawsuit challenging the TCA. But when you take everything related to the toll road coming through San Clemente, that's 37% of last year's budget. All of those costs are avoidable tomorrow. If the council wanted to shut those efforts down and pursue that endeavor through means not involving lawyers or this strategic team, you just would need to say the words tonight. We could shut it down tomorrow and make it official by terminating those exercises at your next council meeting.
Scott, can you explain to the public who may not be aware as to why the TCA experts, those costs are included in your bills?
Yeah, those experts are providing really on a weekly and sometimes daily basis information and intelligence to us about traffic engineering, about the history and interplay of Orange County transportation agencies, and in some cases that have been mentioned publicly, issues relating to misappropriation of public funds alleged misappropriation of public funds at TCA. So rather than having those experts publish their findings and opinions so that they're available to everybody, including our opponents in those endeavors, the contracts were awarded at council's direction as subcontracts to our engagement, and they're billed as part of the city attorney's budget against the city budget. So it was to keep those discussions and the analysis confidential and available only to us and the city council.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Bain. What are we doing this year? I was new to council in December 2018, and the following year, I looked into some of the contracts and make sure that we were abiding by the amounts that were authorized, right? And one of the experts, under the auspices of BBK, had, by July, spent $253,000. We paid this expert consultant, I won't say the name, I'm not certain I'm allowed, but we had paid that expert consultant 253% more than what was authorized. And that amounted to, at the time, about $443,664, when only $175,000 was authorized for that particular expert. And the city manager kindly, I appreciate it, thank you so much, Bob, got me the total amount to date is $846,165. So I'd just like to know why we went so beyond the contract that was authorized, and what we're going to do to make sure, we don't have runaway costs with that again going forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council. Those contracts are not brought to the City Council for separate budgeting and separate approval. They might have been, and I think they were previously, but now, since they've been included as part of the legal strategy and the legal budget, they're embedded in what you'll consider in the 2020-21 budget. So, and they won't exceed that, but we will track with the city council as that goes. But where you will find those contracts in next year's budget isn't in a line item with those consultants. You'll find it in the legal budget. And that's why we wanted to bring that forward to you tonight as part of this effort.
Thank you, but could you explain why there were so many cost overruns? I mean, that's quite a significant
I don't know
amount.
if there were.
Without getting into the detail.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like nobody was watching.
Eric will speak to the
Mayor Pro Tem,
specifics of that.
Mayor, members of the City Council. So I review those bills that we receive. And to your point, the original contract, if I recall correctly, with BBK was $25,000. And they hired a second consultant at a cost of $7,500 a month. That brought it up to $32,500. And the contract was never reflected correctly until July of last year to reflect that $32,500 a month. I can say with 100% confidence that we are not going over the contractual amount with regards to the subject matter experts. And even prior to the amendment correcting the annual or the monthly amount of $32,500, we were budgeted for those expenditures within our budget. So we had the budget, but to your point, the contract wasn't completely accurate with that additional subject matter expert that was brought on as a sub-consultant.
So it was never $175,000 to begin with? I have the signed contract. You're
No,
saying that that wasn't accurate and BBK
No.
signed it?
Well, I'm saying that the contract was originally $25,000 a month, so it was a annual contract at $25,000, and an additional subject matter expert was brought on, and the contract amount did not get amended to reflect that additional.
Well, it was sloppily done,
consent.
and we were paying. I brought this to BBK's attention. The city continued to pay or reimburse you, BBK, even after the contract expired for a few months. We can't be doing that.
No, we have since you brought that point up, we corrected the contract, and we will not lapse with an agreement with our subject matter experts.
Can you remind me, this was an issue that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson brought up when we were on a break, I believe, and a bill was paid that the council had authorized, but had not come back to the public yet. And so that's what she might be speaking of when we were paying something before. She said that we never voted on it. And it was in the break when we went on summer break. And so I'm wondering if that's the only thing that I remember you bringing up.
No, that was the O'Melveny contract. This isn't the same.
Okay.
No, I just have some concerns. I don't agree with the mischaracterization of the terms of sloppy or no one was watching. I think that's a slap in the face on everyone sitting on this dais and everybody in the room today, and really everybody in this community. We've been fighting the toll road vigorously and been paying attention each and every meeting, and every day we're off, I'm sure we're all responding to emails or inquiries about what's going on. We're doing a closed session, we're doing an open session, it's at the beginning of every agenda. So to say it was sloppy or that no one was paying attention, I think are wildly inaccurate.
Yeah, thanks. The last plaintiff's work that I'll note relates to the opioid epidemic. The council had been instructing us and staff to think about ways that we might be able to have cost recovery of the significant outlay the city spent, not just in terms of closing rogue sober living homes, but also law enforcement. Those cases are really expensive to bring, except part of it class action. And for those of you who are here or heard about it, retired State Senators Emeritus Joe Dunn and Dick Ackerman assembled a group of public agencies that were able to engage a class action law firm that's handling that case without any outlay, even for costs, by the city of San Clemente. The case still has life. It's complicated, as you might guess. The most complicated part will be making sure that the state of California doesn't take all the money before it gets to municipalities. But that is work that's ongoing that's not reflected here on the plaintiff side of the ledger. Which brings us to the defendant. Please stop me. I want to make sure there's time for council questions and public comments. But that brings me to the defendant respondent work. Again, there are certain matters that we're defendants. We can't really help that. But there are possibilities of settlement along the way. I wanted to flag those. And most of those conversations, well, really all those conversations, will appropriately occur off stage in closed session. The Coastal Access Alliance is a significant case facing the city right now. It's part of the large outlay that the city council has made with regard to vacation rentals and homeless shelters and sober living homes. These are land use cases, sometimes Fifth Amendment inverse condemnation cases. They've consumed 19% of the city's 5-year budget, as indicated on the next page. This case actually is the last and hopefully final challenge to the city's short-term rental ordinance. It alleges that the ordinance, even though contemplated by our LCP, could not be implemented until the Coastal Commission acts formally to approve our IP next year. It alleges that our city has no regulatory authority to regulate vacation rentals or any kind of short-term rental west of the I-5, and they're seeking attorney's fees. This is a tough case. Any case having to do with the scope of the Coastal Commission authority is tough because the Coastal Commission asserts broad authority and state statutes, and judges often defer to that assertion of broad authority. And we have not been able to enlist the Coastal Commission's help in defense of this lawsuit, even though they have approved the concept as it proceeds to them in your LCP. The only way to completely resolve that litigation would be to do what Anaheim or San Diego did when faced with similar accusations. Anaheim didn't face a coastal challenge, but it faced a Fifth Amendment challenge to its vacation rental ordinance, and the city decided in Anaheim to grandfather every existing STLU that had a permit when it passed that law. So Anaheim grandfathered everybody that was there before its new regulations. San Diego faced similar challenges, and they decided to shut it down last year. They just repealed their ordinance, walked away, decided to take the battle to Sacramento. Not recommending that here, but those challenges are currently before you. The second set of lawsuits is not as big right now, but it's growing. That's challenges brought to the city's anti-camping ordinances. The good news there, the bad news is that those challenges just continue to come. The good news is that we were able to put together an array of 3 other BB&K cities and 2 other cities to share in that defense by permanent law firm Jones Day. There is some work that we're doing on that as we advise them and handle issues that are particular to your ordinances, your housing element, et cetera. When we do that work, it's built to the collective, so you're not even seeing all that here. But those stakes are high, they're expensive. The only way really to avoid those, and they are avoidable, is to acquiesce in the plaintiff's demands that you let people camp anywhere they want, which has been so far unacceptable to this council and this city, or that you build a permanent shelter, which was estimated to cost $2 million to set up and some millions to perpetuate annually here. If you don't want people to camp anywhere and you can't afford a permanent shelter, then we have to go with the more creative approaches and the defense that this council has identified, and that's reflected in next year's budget too. I think that's about it. I've identified, I think, those the larger issues. The hospital litigation cost something last year. Helping those experts with the RFP that will be brought to the council pretty soon is a pretty significant outlay. But as you can see, as you go, starting with the TCA experts clockwise around there, really every single one of those slices of pie is avoidable. But this council would have to reconsider and in some cases abandon the big initiatives that are represented there that I'm agnostic on, but if you want to keep them in effect and want to enforce your laws and policies and implement them, we're there to represent you. So our recommendation that you receive and file this board gives some direction that we can bring back with regard to PRA responses, and I think we've got some ideas there that we can consider and bring back with Eric and Joanne's help. And then consider, and then in closed session today or in the future, eliminating and reducing the plaintiff elements of the attorney work and defense costs if you so choose to settle or negotiate with the opposition in the other cases.
Great, thank you, Scott. Councilmember James?
Thank you, Scott. As I look at this, these numbers are huge. These numbers are disconcerting. However, most everything that's been costing us a lot of money are quality of life issues. It's the sober living houses. It's the short-term living units. It's the TCA. It's the homeless industrial complex. They're coming at us every day. And, you know, I've received probably 10 emails today between noon and the time I came up here. All of them from residents saying, don't give up this lawsuit. Don't give up that lawsuit. This is about our city. This is about protecting our way of life. Can we do things better? I think it's incumbent upon us to figure out how to do things better. And I really appreciate you taking the time, walking us through this. And I'm going to have one question for you, Scott, and that's the question that comes to me on a regular basis. And that question is, how do you reconcile, or better yet, some people are concerned that you, as the BB&K city attorney for us, and all the litigation, all the lion's share of the litigation going to BB&K, represents a conflict of interest for you. Could you address that for us, please?
Yeah, sure. I will. First off, if I could, Councilmember James, I want to recognize that that's a lot of money. And I have absolutely, I'm honored, and actually it's a relief to me to be able to present these issues to you for consideration of whether this city can really afford that, because you may conclude that you can't. There are, to get to the issue of the conflict of interest, the alleged conflict of interest, there are numerous opinions that the Fair Political Practices Commission has issued based on opinion given to Poway City Attorney Steve Eckes, a friend of mine and a former president of the City Attorney's Department at the League, a real great mentor, and an amazingly ethical lawyer who wanted to ask the FPPC if it was okay for him to be the city's general counsel, and at the same time advise the city on work that might result in litigation, or when that litigation happens, to employ him to defend it. The FPPC said that that was not a violation of state conflict of interest laws when the city and that attorney, eyes open, had entered into a full-service contract that contemplated that. At the time that you entered into this contract, we urged the city council and the city manager to have our contract vetted with another law firm so that you would be clear about how that satisfied state conflict of interest laws and rules of professional responsibility. There are times there's any time that if the council is worried about our representation or thinks that we're leading it into trouble, the best remedy to that is to let us go or to ask someone else to look at that. But that is not a conflict of interest, and I haven't brought in the specific citations here to me, but there's a clear opinion from the FPC looking at a contract that's identical to the one you have with us, saying that that's not a conflict of interest violation under the rules of professional conduct or the Political Reform Act.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a quick question.
Tim?
if I may. Thank you. I think the pie chart is great. It really gives people the big picture, but it's missing the amounts. But could we put this on the city website, but not just the percentages of the pie, right, of our general fund budget, but also the amounts, so people can really see? Because I'm so thankful we're having this workshop today, because, you know, we really do need to reel in our legal expenses, but it's missing, the agenda report was missing the litigation costs, the summary, the total, because it shows that our general services costs have been static every year, about, what was it, 440-something thousand, but it doesn't show the $1.5 million in the litigation costs. So the report is missing a critical component, right? That's two parts of our legal services that we spend money on, big money on, and we're missing that critical piece. Was there a reason we left that out?
Well, it's $2 million, so, last year, so if you know that, we can certainly make it more accessible.
People wouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we just need to.
No, there's no reason. The life of matter data is really complicated. Some of these are combinations of matters that started and ended. There are matters that were billed under general litigation, but then when they became a case, they were combed out of that.
I understand that, but the report has nothing about the total litigation
assign dollar
per
values to
year.
it.
That's
Absolutely.
really important, because that's where we have runaway costs.
Yep.
And it's so simple. The pie is wonderful, gives people a great snapshot of what's going on, but it's missing the amounts.
We can do that,
That
Councilmember,
would be
for sure.
great. Thanks.
Scott, just a question on that. Some of these balls are still up in the air as far as TCA and the hospital and all that. Do we normally telegraph to people that we are in a lawsuit with how much we are spending on our budget?
Not going forward, but, sorry, Mayor and Councilmember, we would do that. Looking backward, that's fine, because that is what it is, and they're billed separately in your warrants and called out as such, so, yeah.
Okay, so we won't be putting that out on each one of these right now.
Not telegraphing your war chest going
Okay.
forward.
I
No,
just-
we do
I have
that
a
as it's
concern about
allocated,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Malamud, followed by Patricia Wines, and then Thomas Witten.
Okay, let's try in 3 minutes to resolve what we've heard for an hour puff piece on the law firm. First is to Eric's comments, they review the bills. That's not what legal bill reviews are. He's not qualified to review bills. You don't check for if you like the item, if it's the right matter. You look at how much money was spent on a motion or for hearings or how many people attended things. He doesn't have the expertise to do it. We'll leave it at that. He's done what he can do, But if you really want to do a legal bill review, it needs to be done by somebody that knows what they're doing, that's what they've done and that's what they trained for. As far as Scott, I think it's ironic that he says the reason we got into these arrangements is because of a book called The Death of Billable Hours, and he's exploited billable hours. He doesn't do anything but billable hours, except for the one TCA matter, which I'll just tell you for the record, city attorneys cannot accept contingent fee work. As far as the great question by Gene, conflict of interest, FPPC's jurisdiction is limited solely to one Government Code Section 1090, and nothing else. Scott didn't admit that conflicts of interest don't have to be illegal. We have conflict of interest all the time in life. There's significant other government code sections, common law, and other regulations that apply. So even if the FPC says it's okay, that isn't even part of the answer to the question. We'll get into that later. I don't have enough time, but I will tell you there's an inherent conflict of interest when the lawyer for the city is also reviewing his legal firm's bills. He's also overseeing. Nobody would allow that in private practice. It's just not done. You don't oversee your own work. To the extent he can oversee a city manager, he's also, by the way, for everybody in the audience, he's considered a government official. Government officials cannot accept additional contracts. So the FPPC ruling is very narrow, and so if everybody knows, they rule that under his retainer agreement, he can do this other work. I think the FPC is wrong. I think they're flat out wrong, and I think the courts have not ruled on it. The courts will rule at some point in the future that it is illegal, but it destroys the municipal law practice. As he said, you got to go to our firms because we have this vast array of lawyers. The problem is, he says, the reason why you need to do it, and it's in a document from one of his lawyers that I have, that says it saves money because there's no getting up to speed. Well, of course it doesn't save money, because those lawyers are uninvolved in the city work. He just told you they're lawyers from outside the sphere. They have other expertise. So the whole logic of it is misplaced. One of the jobs of the city attorney, especially in-house city attorneys, is to oversee the outside counsel to make sure they don't overbill. Since I only have 3 minutes, let me say the gravity of $2 million plus a year doesn't even include, and it's not on this chart unless I misread it, over $200,000 for code enforcement. And I think that Scott does make a really good point, and that is much of this, and I think Dan raised this point, to give him first credit in line, council is driving a lot of this work. There's just no doubt about it. Council has the right to stop driving the work. The court announced the other day, and it wasn't announced to the public, at least so far, that the TCA suit is dead for right now. It was premature. Premature work shouldn't be billed to anybody. So that's my view, not everybody's. I could go on, but I gave 7 recommendations today on how to save money.
So let me just correct that. The court didn't rule that the suit was premature. It said a decision regarding the routes where they go was premature. All the suits remain. Because I know, because I was there. And we'll leave it at that. Patricia Wines, Thomas Witten, followed by Al Cullen.
Hi, I don't know how this works. There we go. Okay, so I'm just here as a citizen that lives in San Clemente, and I understand this is a budget meeting. And I know a lot more about that than I knew before, but I came because I got an email from some of my neighbors, sorry, about the STLU, and I wanted to just let the council know that there are a huge number of people out there that are very concerned about this. I live next to a property which was not grandfathered or any of that, which tried to set up an STLU. And I will tell you, with the code enforcement people working to help me, it's a nightmare. It is about quality of life, as you said, and there's huge support in this community to keep those as we've done. I'll just put it that way. I don't want to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thomas Witten?
Yeah, I'm Thomas Witten. I'm a San Clemente resident, and I've spoken at these meetings before with regard to vacation rentals and sober living homes, etc. And I also got that email, and the reason for being here is not why I thought I was being here, but while I've been here and listening carefully to what you have said, I would like to just state that I think Councilman James had put it very accurately, that the lion's share of the concern by residents, now we're talking about individual residents, not people who come here, which is only a few, but I was out canvassing years ago, and I was doing it for the vacation rental project, and basically I had gotten over 100 signatures, and within that 100 people's homes that I had visited, there was only 4 who basically wouldn't sign it for different reasons. One wouldn't sign it because he was just afraid to sign anything and didn't want to do it. And two of them are people who have rental properties and didn't want to be involved in it. And the fourth one, at 77, I don't remember. So, but I just want to say that it was articulated by Councilman James, who also in his quest for a council seat had alluded to the fact that he had lived next to a vacation rental. I think that the basic quality of life issues cannot be disregarded as frivolous things that we don't want to spend money on, or we want to address the money for other things or different things. I think that it's got to be a very, very high priority in the council's mind, that we basically look at quality of life issues. And Scott had mentioned about, well, we can abandon this one, abandon that one, abandon the other one, and surely that's a way to cut the budget and just drop it all. But I don't suggest that we do that. I would not like to see that do that. I commend the council for having voted no on 2 applications, as far as I'm aware of, for adding additional rental units in non-approved areas, other than 1 council member, but nonetheless, that's still a majority. That's good. I'd like you to continue to pursue the intent of the ordinances and quality of life issues. And with that, I spoke 57 seconds short of what a speech I wasn't going to make. So thank you very much for the time, and thank you for Councilman James for your articulation of exactly what I was thinking.
Thank you, Thomas. Next is Al Cullen, followed by Joe Janis.
Good evening, Mayor Bain and council members. Al Cullen, 30-year-plus resident of San Clemente, and let me tell you, at this moment, if we don't see 5 votes from you folks tonight authorizing additional funds to keep this going and get it solved, then you probably will have a short time on the council. I'm not saying recall. I'm saying we need your support. The citizens of this city elected you folks, and we expect you to represent us and not a few outsiders who are in business here and want to expand their businesses. So, yes, 5 votes will do it to expend whatever funds are necessary, perhaps on another group of attorneys. I don't know that, but somehow we need to get this done now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Joe Janis?
Beg pardon?
I said thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, council. These are my wife's glasses. I'm not sure whose eyes are worse. Mine are hers. Yeah, our citizens group was formed 5 years ago when vacation rentals and sober living homes began increasing in number in our neighborhoods. We have no affiliation with any political party. We support officials that protect the quality of life in our neighborhoods. We believe neighborhoods should be safe havens for our families to work and play, and parents should not have to worry about their kids. The constant influx of strangers that are the product of vacation rentals and sober living homes have created major problems in our neighborhoods. Due to state laws, we have found that sheriffs cannot enforce our rules and regulations. Code enforcement isn't staffed 24 hours a day to handle complaints. Vacation rental owners place their blame on renters, while property management companies have labeled residents as vexatious neighbors just for reporting infractions. No one is accountable in this system. The county encourages neighborhood watch programs, and then we have officials to vote to allow operation of businesses that bring strangers in to our neighborhoods on a routine basis, which makes our neighborhood watch much harder. So where do we turn to protect our neighborhoods? You are elected officials. Maybe you could tell us. Property owners and managers say they are in favor of rules and regs, yet they are cited, they constantly deny any wrongdoing, and then they sue us when we close them down. Treating symptoms hasn't worked. As you can see by the report tonight, it's cost us a lot of money. If you want to get rid of the costs and problems, get rid of the cause. Does anyone know the members of the so-called San Clemente Coastal Alliance? I guess they have this article out to say who they are. San Clemente Coastal Alliance is a community group that was organized for the purpose of representing the interests of the public in assuring compliance with the state's environmental and land use laws and the Coastal Act. Boy, what a mouthful that is. My God. I believe we'll find, when we find out who the members are, There'll be vacation rental profiteers organized to make money in our neighborhoods, not to represent the interests of the public. The vacation rental industry is chipping away at our once safe havens, all for that almighty dollar. Bottom line is this: the more vacation rentals we have, the more time and effort we will spend dealing with them, and the more lawsuits we will have. Take care of the problem now, and it will be cheaper. Don't settle with this alliance. The last time a settlement was made, 19 STLUs were allowed to continue to operate, and yes, they have caused problems in our neighborhoods, and they've caused some lawsuits. We just had the instance on Cordova a week or so ago. If for some unknown reason you decide to negotiate for a settlement, please allow our group to meet with the mayor and the city attorney so we can discuss any of the ramifications that may come to the table. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Nicole, Joss?
Thank you, City Council. I didn't write it, I wasn't sure whether or not I was going to even speak tonight or not, but I am one of the residents that lives on West Avenue de Cordoba, and we are still dealing with trying to figure out how the process is going to work, getting the property where the stabbing was at shut down. And I know the city is still continuing to work on that. It's been really nice. The owners haven't been operating the property, which has been wonderful. This past weekend, all of us residents were able to enjoy just living and the peace and quiet enjoyment on the street. It was kind of like a staycation for all of us, just to be able to know everybody that was there, not having to babysit what was going on in that property, and having to deal with that anxiety and not knowing if it's okay for our kids to be out playing on the streets, because there's just random people going in and out. And it was such a contrast from what we've been living with, having that property operating for as long as it's been, to this past weekend, for us just being able to enjoy living on that street without having a business operating right in the middle of it all. And so I'm concerned about the continuous lawsuits that are going on, and I wanted to just ask that you keep moving forward with fighting them. I don't think from what I've heard from any of the residents in San Clemente that they want one of these on their street or having to live next door to one of them. I think you've come a long way in terms of getting to this point, and I would just encourage that you keep moving forward. And I can't wait for the LCP to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the dais before we consider adjourning to closed session? Kathy?
We could go back to number 2. I'm certainly going to move to receive and file this. Number 2 is imposing a monthly limit. I'm not quite sure where we landed, or if we landed on that. Maybe something we're going to think about more in the future, not come up with something tonight.
Yeah, I think that's where I am. I think I'd rather have staff sort of look at process-wise what other options we have. I don't know that that's workable, and I don't know that that's realistic to say.
Okay. So, because one of the other things I'm concerned about is I think we get requests that are duplicate requests on top of others, and there's just enough to them that they have to go through it again. They're not exactly duplicate, and so maybe we need to look at that. If there's a way that we can cut off someone that's asked for something more than once and we've given it to them, that we just really need to land on that and have the courage to say.
Sometimes that's hard, because a lot of times people do get duplicates, but it's because they're asked in a different way.
I know, so maybe we can
It's a hard
try to clarify what they want, and I know Scott said, you hate to try to guide them, but if they're asking the same thing and we've already done that PRA, we need to try to save money on these, because $172,000 for 1 year is ridiculous. So if we can do it maybe on that, try to guide them saying, hey, this PRA said this, and this, would that be okay? Maybe that person would agree to that, instead of us going through the whole thing again because it was asked just a little differently.
And the numbers have gone up a lot. My records coordinator just counted them for the budget, and I think last year it was around 500, now we're up to 700.
So we need to do, we need to do that. So I think we're tasking staff with looking at that more. Number 3, eliminating or reducing the plaintiff elements of the city work. I'm not going to be for that. I've been fighting and trying to limit vacation rentals and sober living since 2014. In this, I think you have also, and luckily the council's been going on that. But the ones that we have, we're close on some of the other things, and the ones that we have, it looks like all that we can really limit now and look at is the public records. We really need to focus on that. So I'm not going to be for getting rid of anything that we're trying to do right now. It sounds like what we're hearing from the residents, we all got the emails. They don't want us to stop doing it, and it's really interesting today that I heard from Mr. Malamud again that this is coming down to still the same allegations of our legal representation has a conflict of interest, and that our staff is not qualified to review our legal bills. So these are things that we have answered, I think, so many different times, and I'm hoping that this is one of the last times. I do know that our staff goes through each and every line item, and they follow these legal bills. You know they do. And we need to really stick with our staff on this. And we are fighting so many quality of life things, and I think our council's been doing a good job of that. And I think we need to focus our efforts on that and not keep going over things like this, conflict of interest, when we know, and the FPPC has said that there isn't any. We need to go with that and move on. So that's going to be my recommendation.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Mayor Bain. Along the lines of Councilmember Ward, speaking about the need to reduce the costs on CPRAs, we could even reduce the amount of time spent on redactions, because I'm just speaking from personal experience as a citizen. When I did a public records request, I got 14 pages, and most of it was blacked out. I printed it out from my computer tonight. I mean, the amount of time spent to redact information and read it is very time-consuming when it's completely over-redacted, because now being on council, well, by the way, and I have 14 entries, but my name's completely redacted on all of these, and I'm not confidential and privileged, but in reading this, and then on council getting the unredacted version now, seeing that none of this should have been redacted. So the over-redacting is costing us a lot of money too, the amount of time spent on it. Because I mean, correspondence at large versus district elections research, it's all redacted, and every line is similar to that, where it should have been redacted on these statements. So that's another way to cut down. And then just lastly, I'd like to add to the recommendations to do a request for proposal and a future agenda, so we can see if we can get more bang for our buck and just parse out the city attorney services, either in-house or contract, and then litigation services in a separate RFP. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have.
Councilmember James?
I do. In regards to the 4 recommended actions here, 1, 3, and 4, I wholeheartedly support. I don't think we should consider eliminating, excuse me, I don't think, yeah. 1 and 4, let me start all over. Sorry about that.
Redact that last.
Redact everything. I believe that we're doing a good job protecting our community. Unfortunately, it's costing us a lot of money to protect our community. I hesitate to think what it would cost not to protect our community and what those costs would be. I lived the hell of a sober living house next door to me. And at that point in time, as a resident and citizen of San Clemente, the only place I had to look was to the city to protect me. And we have to keep that up today. We have to protect our residents from these short-term living units, this sober living. Hopefully, we'll get to the point where we cut off the head of the TCA, and we've got the homeless industrial complex coming at us. So I think we need to look at our spending on our legal bills. I had a conversation today with Mr. Dunick, Dr. Dunick, and I would like to see Bob take the lead on reviewing our legal bills going in the past, and also looking at how we should strategize going into the future. And I think we will need to provide him a temporary resource to do that. But as far as throwing the baby out with the bathwater and not defending the city, and not being not protecting our citizens, I'm totally against that, and I will remain against that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Chris? Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. The first thing is, I just got to say that cutting legal costs is a great campaign mantra. And while the three of you ran on that campaign mantra, I'm glad to see that the majority of you are going to support continuing with these expenses, because unlike the characterization that these are runaway costs, other than the Public Records Act requests, we don't have runaway costs. We have quality of life issues that need to be addressed. I pulled out our mission statement here. It's on page 1 of our agenda. And the first bullet point is maintaining a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. It's our responsibility to maintain that safe and healthy atmosphere. And if we're just going to roll over anytime an issue comes to town that wants to change the character of this community, then we're not fulfilling the mission statement that we've set before us. So obviously I'm going to be supporting this. If there's an opportunity to cut legal costs without jeopardizing our legal position on matters, I'm supportive of that. Everything else, I think we need to continue on.
Okay, all great comments. I did run on reducing legal costs, and part of the way that I wanted to do that was exactly as we have been, which is staying out of lawsuits. To the extent we get in lawsuits, getting rid of them quickly, which we've done. I think one lasted a week. Most of that is the strategy that was employed, the work that we put in up front to making sure they were upfront and good decisions. And third, making sure we get out of lawsuits that we either can't win or that are going to be so costly to quote unquote win that it's not really worth it in the end. And I'm going to keep doing that. And to the folks that are out there, I care deeply about the quality of life issues we have, but I'm going to, in my position here, give you a heads up that if there's ever a situation where I think the city cannot win a lawsuit and it's going to end up costing us more and open more floodgates to bad things happening as a result, I will find a way to get us the best result we can. And that is the promise I will make. That is the campaign promise that I make. And that is the benefit of having a $750 an hour attorney up here. I'm going to give Scott some cover there since his rate's cheaper. But that's the benefit. That's what I'm trying to bring to the dais. So I take all of the comments that I've heard. I'll take them to heart. I'm ready to receive and file the report for now and look at RFPs at a later date.
I'll second that.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Motion to adjourn the closed session? I'm sorry, recess to closed session?
I make a motion, we recess to closed session.
Motion
Mayor,
second, all in favor? Oh, sorry, one
Before you
second.
go, the second item under C, anticipated litigation, is something that's known to the potential defendant in that case. Notice of breach of settlement agreement and operating to cure has been sent to the operator of 181 West Avenue, Cornelia. That notice from our office is available for public inspection. The rest of it doesn't need further announcement. Thank you.
Great. So we have motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community, with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the city cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Don Kapoff, chaplain with the Orange County Sheriff Coroner Department.
Chaplain, 1 second. If everybody wants to rise, you don't have to, but if you wish to, please rise for the invocation and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Let me just say really quickly, we apologize for the delay, but we had a late closed session today. So, Don?
Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for San Clemente, for what it means to us. It's our home. It's our place of work. It's where we raised our children. It's where we were raised. We see our grandchildren being raised. We thank you so much for that. Tonight, Father, I ask that your peace would reign here in these proceedings. That your peace would be in each person's heart. That your peace would reign in the homes of each person that is here. That the families would be safe. That your love would abound through all of us, through this whole town. We ask that you continue to keep our town safe, our children safe, and our grandchildren safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember James.
Here.
Councilmember Ward.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson.
Here.
Mayor Bain.
Here.
And I believe Councilmember Ham just stepped out. First item on the agenda is a presentation by Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager, concerning activities scheduled for San Clemente Day 2020.
Fish has no peripheral vision. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager, and I am so honored to present Finn the Fish, our official fishing derby mascot. This is our third annual youth fishing derby connected to San Clemente Day. This is our 93rd birthday. We'll be celebrating at the end of February, on February 29th. Finn will be available for photos and a full morning of fun at the fishing derby at the pier that kicks off at 9 a.m. Council, we'd love to have your presence there. I invite you all. We invite the community. And the fishing derby has 100 kids. It's already maxed out on registration, but we do have some spots for drop-in. So we encourage folks to come if they can. And if you can't get a spot in the derby, the pier is still open for public fishing, and we'd love to see as many folks as we can lining the pier. Our sponsors this year for the fishing derby are Dana Wharf Sport Fishing. They've donated the t-shirts, and we've also got Fish for Life, which is a great nonprofit that helps us with the supplies, and also the Department of Fish and Game is also helping us out. So we're excited for that, and then we will roll into our San Clemente Day celebration. Continues at 10 a.m. with free swim at the Beach Club until 1 p.m. And we were excited to unveil the time capsule, which was buried
in the early 70s, dedicated in 69. We did unearth it to get prepared for that, and unfortunately, 1969 didn't do us any justice, and it was a little flooded with water. So unfortunately, we weren't able to recoup the materials, but the whole capsule is on display at the community center if the public wants to come by, take a peek at it. From what it looks like, there were newspaper articles, photos, some slides, some cassette tapes. So it's available to take a look at if anybody would like to come down. We'll have it up for at least the month of March as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. If not, we look excited to see everybody down at the Fishing Derby on San Clemente Day.
Any
Thank you.
questions?
Just thank you for all that staff's done to celebrate San Clemente Day, and I hope we can be there at the pier and show up, and I'll try and show up also during the swim time, and that's at the Ole Hansen Beach Club?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
And we'll have our giant inflatable. It's free for everybody to come play and enjoy a good day of swimming. And the pool is heated.
Nice.
So there you go.
Even better.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is a toll road update.
Hey, Scott, for the toll road update, could you just give just sort of a brief update regarding the motions? I know there's some chatter, and there was a comment earlier about the outcome, if you could.
Yeah, there was some chatter and some movement in the court system. The reserve and the city, in cooperation, have filed preliminary motions to dispose of certain elements of our case against TCA in advance, and the court had denied those motions and gave reason to believe in open court. Mayor Bain and Councilmember Ward were both there. The court had given clear reason to believe that that he was just taking action on that preliminarily, that all those cases and all those challenges would be reserved for hearing at trial later on. Proposed orders that conflicted with that were submitted to the court and acted upon. We don't think the court meant to approve the orders proposed by the other side, so we're seeking this week to clarify that. If the court doubles down on those considerations, then we have authorization to seek appellate review of those. But no, there's no ultimate outcome in the case per se. Those were just pretrial motions where the court was asked to decide as a matter of law in our favor and declined to do that, leaving the issues open for argument as the court has set sometime next month.
Okay. Next is update on homeless issues.
I have nothing further this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the city of San Clemente, but not separately listed on the agenda, may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Speakers may address council once during either oral communications part 1 or part 2. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation.
Hoyen Ip, followed by Susan Smith. Hi, Hoyen. Welcome back.
Yes, Happy New Year. I have handouts and one for you. 6 pieces. So Happy New Year. New mayor, new council member.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, first, I want to thank the city for your sincere effort on renewable energy and community choice energy. Last week, Irvine Council got an update from staff. 13 cities showed interest in participating in Irvine-led JPA, so thank you. Now, in parallel to our efforts, so-called gas is going to cities, ask them to adopt their resolution to support balanced energy solutions and oppose single energy solution. So you have the handout. That's the latest data from California Energy Commission. The energy we use is a mix. So what is the single from? I'm not sure. And on the other hand, I mean, just within the category of renewables, there are 5 kinds of energy. And most of the energy we use is still fossil fuel. And there are several kinds. The biggest one is natural gas. So natural gas, however you look at it, that's our biggest usage. So the state has a target for reaching 100% renewable energy. That means a matter of existence for SoCal gas. LA Times has an article that covers the backstory of the SoCal gas resolution, and you have a little link quote there. On the other hand, I actually read a number of documents on California Energy Commission's website that talks about the future of natural gas and the problem with natural gas pipelines. Even sea level rise is going to damage the natural gas pipelines. So for a variety of reasons, the cost of natural gas just go like this. And we already know from San Diego Gas and Electric that renewable energy is cheaper, and will just go cheaper and cheaper. So, Council, if SoCal Gas come to you, please stand up for us. We want clean, safe, and cheap energy. Thank you.
Susan Smith?
Hi, long time no see. I haven't received any responses from you guys, so I thought I'd show up in person. So, I wanted to talk to you about the opening of Pico Park. First of all, I am going to request some information in regards to all the maintenance items that have been completed. I'm concerned that the park is reopening specifically because mating season just started on Friday. While we can clean up the park benches and put paint on everything, those trees that the homeless destroyed when they moved in there, they're going to take a long time to recover. And mating season just started on Friday. And just to remind everybody, this is a key asset for San Clemente. It is an area where hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent for the animals and the trails for the city, and also for the water basins that clean the ocean. So with nesting season starting just on Friday, we're just at the point where we can even start to recover from the damage that occurred over the last 6 months to that park. Pico Park is adjacent to the Dudley Preserve. This habitat, the plants here, exist in only 10% of the world. The endangered species that live in there, such as the gnatcatcher and the burrowing owl, they can't live anywhere else. This is where they live. Their nesting season just started on Friday, and they only started out with 3 nesting pairs. If we can't repair the damage, and consistent damage is happening to the preserve, we're going to lose it. And a lot of money has been spent for this area, and let me remind you, one of the largest tax bases for San Clemente is in that area. We not only pay our city taxes, but we also pay Mello-Roos on top of that. And there's a lot of money here, and it would really be disappointing to turn that area into, another homeless situation, because that's just going to drive us out of here. And we love this city, and we want to keep contributing to it. And we want to protect Pico Park and bring it to a place where, once again, it can be a place for families and all. We're not against homeless. We're just against people that disrespect public property and the law and children and the purpose of parks in general. So one last final thing. Not all maintenance has been completed on the restroom structure. There are broken tiles and a bottle that's been on top of it for months. I would like some more information, and I would like the park to remain closed until further notice for
Thank you.
a long time.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Bob? Susan, you want to email Bob? Bob can get you a card, or Eric, to get more information?
You got it. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the biologists are walking the preserve so we can find all the extra encampments and get them out.
Thank you.
You're all invited. You're all invited.
Thank you, Susan.
Anyone invited that wants to see this.
Can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved. Second? Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. There was no reportable action taken. I should announce that Mayor Bain recused himself from participating in the item relating to TCA.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items L, M, what's that? That's it, L and M.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Bain. I'd like to request the removal of J, Q, and R.
Okay, and I was going to pull Q. Any others? Okay, I'll move the remainder. And second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Okay. So the first item would be J, which is contract award for architectural services for the Orange County Sheriff's Department substation at 910 Negocio.
Thank you, City Clerk Bade. I requested to pull this item. I just wanted to make a couple of comments and a request in a modified motion for the recommendation, but I'm glad to see we have 5,000 square feet still retained for long-term lease, so rental revenue still is coming in on the second floor, which the council, majority council had voted to make a police, San Clemente Police Station, substation there. Secondly, I wanted to make a point about this, the staff request for another large conference room to be on the second floor with the police substation there. We just last year finished a very large conference room on the third floor, which is probably has about a third of the space under that's not utilized, so a very underutilized third floor that if we do ever have a need for another conference room, we just construct one there. But I'd like to see the police services have their space, that is their dedicated space, and have that to run their operations. And let's see, lastly, the justification in the report to have a new conference room to be in the space where police services will be is to have an emergency operations center, which for decades has operated out of 380 Pico at the utilities plant. It works quite well there. I suggest leaving it there. If there is a need to have an EOC activated at the City Hall at 910 Negocio, clearly we can use the very large conference room that exists there, but a lot of the equipment is already at the utility site. I just suggest we leave it there since we don't have many activations anyhow, and we no longer do our drills, FEMA-graded drills for the nuclear plant. So if there's any other comments from the council, I'd love to hear from them before I make a recommendation.
Kathy?
I don't quite understand the motion of what you're trying to do. You're trying to eliminate staff's recommendation. They've already talked to the sheriff, and you want to eliminate a conference room that they've already spoken about?
Have they spoken with them about it?
Staff was working with the sheriff's office, and this is what has come to us, and it will further be designed. We're not saying what's going to be where on this, we're just going to a design, is my understanding.
So can we, so rather than crosstalk, can we just ask you, Tom, sort of what the thought process is behind?
Sure.
all this
Mayor
stuff?
Bain and members of the City Council, Tom Bonnegat, Public Works Director. So the conference room that Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson is talking about is not envisioned to be part of the police substation. They'll have their own meeting space, but this would be in addition to it, and staff was recommending to do it since we're going through a pretty significant interior remodeling already, that it's a pretty modest or minimal cost to outfit an area that could be used for another conference room, but it would be separate. Police or anyone in the city could use it if they had a need for it, but it wouldn't be part of the separate secure area of the substation. And the reason staff was thinking, again, because this is a pretty modest cost to do it while we're doing most of that floor. And as pointed out, we do have the EOC at the water treatment plant, but we wanted to move it more, kind of co-locate it with the police services and City Hall, since our plan, to come back to you, is to put an emergency generator that could power that there. The equipment is all laptops, and so it's mostly portable. So it's a meeting room that's wired to support a lot of communications. But certainly, we do have a space that's used for it. We thought this would be more ideal, but it's not an absolute have-to-have if it's council's desire not to outfit that at this time.
I was gonna, what would it be if it wasn't a conference room?
We just wouldn't do anything. We would leave that part of the building essentially unimproved. It would still be whatever the current layout is.
Did you, did staff meet with the sheriff's department? Was there any objection regarding sort of these plans or concern expressed?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, let me inject here. I met, and Eric did this morning, with Assistant Sheriff Halleck, and they will be assigning individuals out of their headquarters facility who do research and space planning, that they can work then in concert with our designer, as well as our staff, to design a facility that works best for them. What you got were examples of what could occur, obviously, with the thought that you could co-locate an emergency operations center there within City Hall with them. But all of this is still somewhat at play until we really have a coordination between the Sheriff's Department, ourselves, and our designer as to eventually how a lot of that will play out this juncture.
So, just real quick, I'm sorry, Gene. So is there a chance then if we asked for design services to look at both options, I guess, and in terms of what the cost difference would be for those two? I assume we're still at a stage where we could do that then.
I think we certainly could.
Yeah. Okay, and then final question. Chris brought up last time concerns about kind of getting out of that property, and I will admit, I went there at that time of day and it was difficult to get out of there. Did you talk to a CSD about whether they had any concerns?
Yes, in fact, I brought that up this morning with Assistant Sheriff Halleck again. He indicated to me that there was no concern that they had relative to the issue, and when in fact it might be, fundamentally the addition of a substation, small office space over at the outlets. We'll have units then on the west side of the freeway, which is certainly advantageous. But he also, indicated, and it's very clear, other than being in briefing when they do a shift change, for the most part, you wouldn't have that large of a number of deputies here. They really need to be out in the street.
Tom, I would be in favor of the EOC being co-located with the Sheriff's Department. I think that's brilliant. In regards to your backup power, what are you looking at to fuel it? Are you looking at natural gas, and where are you putting that generator?
So, well, the idea right now, and this is preliminary, we haven't gotten anything, is in the back northeast corner where we have our cooling tower for the building. That's just a nice out-of-the-way location, and it's on the side of the switchgear for the building. So it'll be a short electrical run. It's common to power these with diesel, but that's coming out of favor, so the next likely would be a natural gas type powered facility. But we would get into the details of that when we get down the road. And so if we can do something other than diesel and it pencils out, that would be our recommendation.
Chris, I'm going to throw a wrench in this whole thing. Tom, how much money do you? I didn't find it anywhere in the report how much money is going to cost us to move the EOC. Do you have a rough estimate on that?
For the EOC itself, it's actually, there is minimal cost to move it because the EOC, what it really is, it's a few large TV monitors and it's a series of network lines and laptops. And so those are, we store them down there at utilities. There's a big closet. And we had that location because we used to have the control center for all the sirens in town, but that's not needed anymore. It's a moot point. So to move the EOC really just means providing another room with a lot of power and data communication and Ethernet connections so that we can plug the laptops into communications and the TVs. So it's compared to the overall scope of this project, it's pretty modest. I mean, we're literally taking the laptops that we have, we're not going to replace those, we're going to buy a few TVs, and we're just going to have one room that's really wired.
Okay. Is it grant funding, or is that coming out of our general
We
fund
will be
budget?
looking for grant funding, but we're kind of off cycle right now, and so if we can supplement that for funds and programs that are out there to help outfit an EOC, we will make that recommendation, but we may or may not be able to do that. We're also looking to see if there are programs that might help with the emergency generator. I mean, there are programs, but right now there's not an active solicitation, so.
So is the plan for the emergency generator part of, or are we going to do that regardless of the EOC, or are those two tied together?
They're not tied together. I would recommend in doing that anyway, just for the fact of having the substation at the City Hall building.
Okay.
I think it's an important enough facility that we would want to make sure, and we did have emergency power, we have it in this building, so.
So I would support Laura if we want to not move the EOC. I'm with her. I think we have a great EOC already, and we contract out with Orange County Sheriff and Orange County Fire, who are both going to provide EOC trailers or EOC facilities in the event of a large incident. But it's not a big enough issue that I'm not going to pass the item. The other thing I want to point out is, while I commend the outlets for saying again that they're going to have a substation, I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. We've heard that before, not only with this issue, but with other issues. And so while that's great, if we're placing all our eggs in that basket, I don't advise it. So I hope it comes to fruition. We've been down this path before and it hasn't come to fruition yet. So that's where I'm at.
So I guess, so hearing that, and I mean, I think flexibility is important. How much extra are we spending for planning if we look at an EOC at the building versus not? What?
I don't know what that number is. I don't know if it's going to be a very big number. What I will do is, if that's your council's desire, I'll take that direction, and when we get into the scope and the design, I'll work with the consultant to see how much of a reduction in their scope for not outfitting or, designing a meeting room, and we can report that back.
I honestly, at this point, don't care either way. So if we can maintain flexibility, then great, and it's not a bunch of extra cost, I think is my concern. So, Mayor Pro Tem Ferguson, if you want to make a motion, I'll support whatever motion you go with.
Yes, but before doing so, I just wanted to note, I did hear directly from the owner of the outlets, and I announced at the last meeting that this police substation is definitely going there. There were some issues before, so it is the satellite substation, I should call it. But that said, I'm happy to make a motion, just like it's written tonight. I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff recommendation that City Council approve and authorize the Public Works Director, City Engineer to execute a professional services agreement with Gensler, providing architectural design services for OC Sheriff Substation and city staff facilities at 910 Calle Negocio in the amount of $265,350, and authorize the Public Works Director, City Engineer to approve amendment of the agreement with Gensler to amend the design phase scope with additional cost up to $26,000 if needed, and approve a supplemental appropriation of $216,350 from the Public Facilities Construction Fee Fund balance to account number 0308184530000100546, Negocio second floor design.
Okay, I'll second that, and I guess worked into that is the flexibility to look at sort of either option, right? Whatever's best. Okay,
Perfect.
so.
Sure.
Motion is second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Next is item L, information for consideration of regulating gas-powered leaf blowers. And that was removed at the request of the public.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Christopher Wright, Associate Planner. The council requested to schedule this item to consider the regulation of gas leaf blowers. And staff did previous work on this item. Most recently, on September 3rd, 2019, the council considered an ordinance That was recommended by the Planning Commission, and the ordinance failed by a 2-2 vote, and no further direction was received. So that the report provides a narrative of the work that had been done previously and attachments for details. With that, I can answer any questions that the council has.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to point out, I found in the minutes that were included in here a very good OC grand jury report that, you know, I didn't catch last time, but really talks about the fourfold hazards of the gas-powered leaf blowers. In this time that the agenda report has come back to us, have you received any emails from citizens about in support of this or against this?
No, there's a member of the public that's reached out to you, the council, and they just wanted an update. That was about it.
Right. Okay. Well, I'd like to see us. I'd like to see us implement an ordinance on this to ban the gas-powered leaf blowers in the residential areas, but not, of course, in the large HOA areas or golf courses, right, or industrial parks and the city not open space, but the city lands. I'd like to consider doing that. So I don't know, would you like to talk about it, council members, in doing that? Because this grand jury report, which I didn't have last time, is just really eye-opening, and it talks, I'll just briefly say, the hazards are fourfold of gas-powered leaf blowers, pollution in Orange County. The toxic exhaust fumes and emissions are created by gas-powered leaf blowers. The high velocity and air jets used in blowing leaves whip up dust and pollutants. The quantity of pollution, products that are injected in the county air. It says the total amount of pollutants injected in the environment by a blower usage in the county is significant. The Air Resources Board calculates that leaf blowers inject 2.11 tons of combustion pollutants per day into Orange County air. And then the fourth is blower engines generate, of course, high noise levels for residents.
So just to clarify, when you said HOAs, you mean you wouldn't impose any ordinance upon HOAs like Lega, Reserve, Forester Ranch?
Just their open space area where they have the parks and the medians, because there's, 44 neighborhoods in Talega, so there are the medians along the streets and, of course, the golf course and the parks as well.
I feel more comfortable with the word restrictions rather than an out-and-out ban, because we're really not going to go for a ban, are we?
If I may, I guess I didn't elaborate, but the gas-powered, I would suggest banning in the residential areas for the reasons noted, but utilize the electric or battery-powered in lieu of the gas.
So we are talking about banning gas-powered.
That's just my comment.
I don't think we're talking about anything until we hear from the public, so.
Right.
Yeah, no, for the record, over the course of a year and a half, I've heard from 5 different individuals wanting to ban leaf blowers. That's it. This hasn't been an issue that I've heard a lot from the public. It's been 5 very vocal folks that I've heard from. The rest not. I think last time we didn't have a lot of people speak in opposition to the ordinance because we were never really discussing banning them. So if we're going to ban them, we should make it very clear that that's what we're going to do, because I think a lot of the folks from the business community otherwise would probably have some concerns about that. But I have no further questions. So Ken, do you want to come on up? Ken Nielsen, and then Hoyen Ip.
While we're waiting for Ken, Gene, I'll just point out this was 2-2 before you got here, in case.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Good evening, council, and happy birthday, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I hate leaf blowers. They stink. They blow crap everywhere. I hate them everywhere, not just in residential neighborhoods. My wife made me buy my own portable leaf blower. This is a mini model. It's not that big. But this thing, I can blow your hair straight up with this thing from right here. This thing is so powerful, it lasts for 45 minutes. That's low power, that's high power. It's not that noisy, and it's so powerful you can't believe it. When the Santa Ana winds blow, there's an inch of sand and leaves and crap all over against my house. I can clean it all up in 15 minutes with this thing. If these people, the gardeners in the big areas, want to clean it, get a rake. What's wrong with a grass rake? We always used rakes before. They work fine. They're just trying to make it quick with those stinky gas blowers, and they're nasty. So that's a solution. They make them twice as big. They use 20-volt batteries. They work good.
Thanks, Ken. You're number 6.
Thank you.
Hoyen Ip.
I'm Hoyen Yip. I'm so happy this came back to the council not too long later. So you already know my position. I support electric gas blower for the reason that we are moving away from gas and oil. We are moving towards renewable energy. So that will be renewable energy charged gas blower. So in the staff report attachment that shows 4 cities have similar ordinance. Actually, there are more. So this is not my area of expertise, but sometimes I do run into different cities' ordinance, so I know there are more. Lastly, last time I mentioned, I gave some data about pollution. This time, I don't need to nag you to say the same thing. But one thing is so clear to me that the state wants us to address environmental justice. But here, I mean, it's like everybody's pretty well off, you know, so what does it mean, right? So it only occurs to me, say, when you go to the gym, you see a Mexican guy blowing the thing with the gas power, and just this air, you know, this whole thing, you know, so people walk around this guy. That is environmental justice. This guy has to do this, suck it all up, all day long, every day. So I welcome the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoyen. That's it.
Okay, so I'll weigh in on this. I brought it up, I think, in 2018, and it took an entire year for it to come back, and I do apologize to staff that you came back and you tried to give us an ordinance, and I think at the time, Councilmember Ferguson and I decided, we voted for it, but it failed 2-2, and we could have had an ordinance that put all these stickers on them and phone numbers of who to call, and that, it was restrictions, couldn't figure those out. They were terrible for staff or the public to have to do, so we said, forget it. Until we're ready to actually ban gas and then go to electric, we don't want to do it. So I looked up, because I was hearing from other cities up north that the state was going, that the intent of the state is to ban gas-powered lawnmowers also, and along with gas-powered leaf blowers. So the state is going there. Some cities are proactively doing that on their own. The California Air Quality Commission came out with a study, and it actually says this, that 1 hour of a leaf blower is equivalent to a Toyota Camry driving from LA to, is it Lake Tahoe or Colorado? Vegas. Vegas? Yes. Okay, so it's out there. That's just 1 hour. So that's the greenhouse gas emissions, they're equivalent. So we know that they're bad. I think the council before weighed in, and what you didn't like was it's not, the state hasn't come out against them yet.
Well, I think
So-
fire pits also put out a bunch of pollution and smoke, and they tried to ban those as well. Look, for me, I'm in the same spot I was. I'll approve the ordinance that Chris and I agreed to last time. We've got a lot of issues in the city, and gas blowers is sort of far down the list for me. And Gabriel put in, hi Gabriel, a ton of time into this ordinance before.
Chris.
Yeah, and so I think if you folks want to come back and consider this, I'm in the same spot, but it would bother me immensely to ban them in all parts of the city when HOAs, right, have the ability to do so, and they would be responsible for then policing that, what we would be doing if we banned all in the city, we've been taking on our code enforcement, which is already stretched incredibly thin, to police that throughout the city. So I would just implore the three of you who this is going to be on that, we're taking on an awful lot when HOAs have the ability to ban these types of uses in their areas and their residences. And if those folks wanted to do so, it's very easy for them to do that, and they can pay to police themselves as opposed to stretching our code enforcement really thin. So with that, I will let you folks go from there and figure out where you want to go with this.
Okay, well, that's a good point. What I was going to say is I looked into it, and it looks like the state's going there anyway. So I think we had, well, but what they're going to do is take away the gas-powered, and there will be programs to give people electric. They'll have trade-in programs. So what I was going to say is I can go either way, but I'm leaning towards not doing this for now and waiting for the state to implement that, and then the HOAs will not be able to hire gardeners to do that. So that's my compromise on that. I do agree we do have a lot, but this is an issue I think is going to come. We're waiting on the state for it, and I think they need to get on with it.
I'll sell my gas back to the state. They can pay me for it right then.
Gene, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, buddy. It's 15 minutes. We're not getting back.
Yeah, it's true.
I guess I'm going to follow in with Kathy, and if there's going to be some state regulation come down, we can wait for that. My concern was an out-and-out ban. I was never in favor of an out-and-out ban. I was in favor of restrictions in high-density areas, but that's probably, it's probably too much to ask for code enforcement to make those determinations. So I'm fine with holding off at this time, deferring at this time.
I think that's where we are.
Well, yes, who knows when the state, thank you, Mayor Bain, when the state will determine that. Currently, there's about 300 municipalities, I believe, that do ban have a ban or restriction of some sort with the leaf blowers. And it is, as Councilmember James said, it is a real big issue. We've met with several residents, and we've heard from them over the last several months about the high-density areas on the west of the 5, because they are very close together, the houses, and when people use these leaf blowers, the gas-powered ones are just so polluting, and people have to close their windows on a beautiful day, right? And a lot of people, too, have allergies. More and more people have allergies. But anyhow, I'd still like to pursue at least some trial in the west of the 5 area where it is very highly dense, because we have had that call from the people to do so. And that's what I would suggest tonight, if I could get any support on that, and maybe as a pilot or so forth.
I'll support you on high-density areas west of the 5.
Okay. Anyone else?
So that's agendizing it?
Yes.
I'm not,
Exactly.
well, you have enough people to agendize it.
I think staff needs a little firmer, okay. We've gone down this road for a year and a half. They came back with 2 planning commission hearings, a city council hearing, a ton of staff time. So if you're going to direct them to do something, I think you need to be pretty specific on what exactly you want them to do. Are you banning it west of the 5? Are you placing restrictions? I'm just concerned about staff time here. That's important for me. So, if you guys want to do that, that's totally fine. Just give very specific direction. I think the staffs, they come back with an ordinance that's something that could possibly get adopted, I think is where I'm at.
I'd like to propose that as a pilot west of the 5 to have restrictions on the gas powered leaf blowers. I'd like to recommend that we have battery powered or electric leaf blowers at the 60 decibel level, I believe it is, that 65, that is quiet, right? And it's not as polluting as of course, obviously, not polluting like the gas. Some particles, particulates get spewed around, but it's not at the magnitude of the gas. So I'd like to recommend that if we can narrow it down, maybe put something on the agenda that has a pilot program to prohibit these west of the 5 in the high-density areas,
Okay,
residential areas.
So residential areas, west of freeway, ban on gas blowers. Would there be any support for exempting city maintenance, city operations?
I would say so.
That was a concern that we received from maintenance
I
staff.
completely think we could do that, and then in this agenda report, perhaps come back with a rebate program where people can offset the cost of purchasing their replacement leaf blower up to a certain amount, maybe $100 or $75 or whatnot, by bringing their receipt and showing proof of residency to help people replace these. I think that's.
You lost me on that one.
I think that's a county program, actually, or a state program.
AQMD.
That comes up.
You're right,
I don't know
Councilmember
that
Ward.
we can do-
AQMD has a program like that. I know they're out of funds right now, but it's something to think about. But if I've lost you, Councilmember James, then I'll stick with the original intent.
So just to clarify, so some cities, they have rebate programs. When there is a AQMD program, typically it's for commercial replacement, not residential. So if the city council wants to pursue a residential rebate program, it would require funds from the, money from the general fund to support that.
Right, we need to allocate that. I work for a city that did that, just out of the general fund, provided rebates to residential or commercial customers, but yes, that would definitely include funds.
Just so that staff's clear on what to work on, could the council please do a straw vote on that item, just with regard to the rebate program? I think I have clear direction on the rest of it.
So straw vote, all in favor of the rebate, raise your hand.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
that-
before we move on, I have a few questions I'd just like to ask, so I'm very clear about where we're headed with this.
Please.
And what the council's intentions are. In this instance, I think, and I'm going to look to the city attorney, but so I can have some clarification, we're talking about establishing an ordinance that would ban those leaf blowers on the west side of the freeway on an interim pilot basis, which means you've passed a law in your city that prohibits it, and unless we're putting a sunset provision internally and inherently in that stops it and allows people to do it again, or there's something that it actually triggers it to say it's a pilot program. Once you've changed the law, you've changed the law. And so I just want to ensure that you all understand what you'd be doing, and in this instance, if you want us to put a sunset provision in it, says this ban goes away in X amount of time, unless the council extends it, then that's what we'd have to do. So as long as it's clear, that's what we'd probably have to do, unless the city attorney believes there's another way to go about that.
Well, I just want to clarify as well on that there needs to be a motion still, I think, right, providing direction, because this was a receive and file, so there needs to be a motion, a second, and
Yeah, I think you want to do the receive and file, take care of that, and then get to the future agenda item, which I think you've cleared. I think Mr. Dunn makes a great point. What we would anticipate is it would be unusual, but this ordinance would have a sunset built into it that the council could look at and fill in when it comes back to you.
I'll make the first motion to receive and file the report.
Second.
So motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0, and then, I'm sorry, opposed. Okay, all right, well, passes 4-1, and then if there's another motion,
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to bring an agenda report forward that looks at, or that proposes banning gas-powered leaf blowers west of the I-5 in residential areas, and requires options of options of battery-powered or electric leaf blowers in lieu of gas-powered, and include a sunset provision in that ordinance for 1 year, a 1-year sunset provision. Do I have a second on that?
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Opposed. Fails 3-2.
The next item is item M. That's initiation of a docent program at Courtney Sandcastle Playground Sensory Garden. And
Mayor,
that
can we
was-
rewind that? Mayor Bain? Yes. Can we rewind that? I think we have 2 votes on a future agenda item, then that's all you need. It's on the agenda. Yeah, is that all right? I understood the motion that way, Ms. Ferguson? Okay. We'll do it, yeah. And thanks for clarifying the scope of work on that, because we wanted to be clear what we're bringing back.
Understood.
Nope.
Yes, you are correct.
Thanks a lot.
Let's do it. Let's do it round 4. 5, 6, and 7.
All right.
Great use for city's time.
So M, I'm sorry. Joanne, did you call M?
Yes.
Okay. Was this pulled by the public or council?
Yes, I think, I
Because
believe
by-
I gave you the card.
Yeah, you did. I just, okay. Ed Dahl?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I put in the request to speak on behalf of Courtney Sandcastle Foundation. I understand it was in a consent calendar item, and I wasn't sure if you were going to have any questions about the information that was forwarded by Beaches and Parks through Samantha Wiley. So I'm here to answer questions. If there are none and you want to move forward, that'd be great. I'll leave that up to you.
Everybody ready to move forward? I think I am. Looks great.
Okay, well, thanks again for the time.
Great.
And
No,
the
thank
support.
you. Thanks for coming.
All right.
So I'll move this item.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
The next item is item Q, appropriation of legal fees, Anthem Sales Management, Schicke versus City of San Clemente.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Bain. I pulled this item for some clarification and question on some follow-up that council had asked to be done regarding this lawsuit for an STLU in which we revoked the permit in January 2019, I believe. City Manager, do you know if you were able to determine if the property is now in compliance with the building officer or building official? We were curious to know if all of the items that were not in compliance, if have been brought to compliance, have they been?
That's a great question, but I'm going to defer it to Cecilia because I
Okay.
think she'll have a better handle on exactly the status of that
Okay,
at this
thank you.
juncture.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Community Development Director. We have not been able to inspect the property in order to determine whether or not the violations have been remedied and the property has been brought into compliance.
When you say we haven't been able to determine, is that because you haven't been let on the property?
That's correct.
Okay, so what steps then are we taking to confirm compliance if they're not going to let us on the property to confirm compliance? Because we already know that they have a situation where they built rooms and put in electrical, et cetera, without building permits, which violates our building code.
Yes,
So
that's
what-
correct.
What is the
That's
next
been part
step?
of the negotiations between the property owner and the city attorney with respect to this litigation.
Okay, so let me just interject here. This is a situation where we've been reasonable at every junction with these folks, and we've given them every opportunity to do the right thing. And the fact that we have to appropriate $168,000 to deal with a property that's not even just complying with basic building codes is incredibly frustrating. So folks that are upset with our litigation budget, it's a prime example of a property owner that is the reason for that. Basic stuff, get a building permit. It's been over a year now, and we still haven't gotten it. So what are we, at this point, I'm angry that this is still happening. What are we doing about that?
Well, at some point, there's a red tag process if we know the property's being occupied with the violations that were noted. That's a pretty draconian remedy, but maybe it meets and checks.
Rather than spend $168,000 on litigation, I feel like that's the next step.
I have to agree. If they have a building code violation, it's a safety issue, we should be challenging their occupancy permit. So are we saying that we're not going to appropriate this and we want to go to that measure, or are we going to make that on it?
That's where I'm at.
Okay. Well, I'm somewhat frustrated because I think because they aren't letting us in, we should be suing for the fees that it takes for us to bring this property in safe for the public, because this wasn't something that the city initiated. This was somebody that rented the property that came to us, someone that we didn't even know, that felt unsafe, and that's why we're taking action. So I don't think we should have to pay for those
Mayor Pro Tem.
litigation costs.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor Bain. At the request of, I requested of the city attorney if I could actually speak to the owner of this property, because the owner of this property, who had it as an STLU, he and his wife, reached out to me. I knew him from years ago, working here at the city. And he did express an interest in having this come to a conclusion and remedy this. I'm asking, knowing that we haven't been able to even get in, that seems so contrary to the conversation that I had with him a month ago, again, with permission by the city attorney, to give him a call and try to wrap this up so we don't incur any more legal expenses, because I know it's ratcheting up. And thank you for trying. Thank you for answering the question. May I do that? May I contact the property owner, city attorney, and see if he will allow us access? It's a long-term rental. The property is a long-term rental. It's not a short-term, obviously, lodging unit anymore because we revoked the permit. But may I do that just once to try to see if we can get in to check for compliance before we approve this $168,000 more on this case?
So I'm going to make two suggestions. Yes, I think I would be agreeable to you contacting the owner for me, but I think we should go to closed session on this if we can for a moment.
I'll second that motion, if that's what that was.
Okay.
Yep, it was a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to restart the meeting, folks.
Mayor, could I know for the record while you're waiting?
Please.
I think it was clear from the context, but the closed session was out on a 4/5 vote, and it was about initiating litigation in the form of an enforcement action. So have that be in the minutes.
Great, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we continue this item to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
The next item is item R, that's the contract amendment for homeless outreach services. I believe it was pulled by council, but I've since received a speaker card.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mike Johnston, Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. The item before you this evening is an amendment to the professional services agreement with CityNet for mobile homeless outreach services. And in December of 2019, to meet the needs of the city's homeless population adequately and to provide street outreach and engagement services, under the city manager's purchasing authority, the city executed a professional services agreement for $25,000. And this was a pilot program for 12 weeks. And CityNet is the largest mobile outreach service provider in Orange County. And since starting work in the city, they have had great success. They've made 137 contacts over 2 months. And they've actually taken on 18 individuals as case management clients. And of those 18 individuals, they've actually been able to connect 4 individuals to housing and resources outside the city. So due to their success during the pilot program, the city's commitment to addressing the homeless issue in San Clemente, city staff is recommending an amendment to the contract with CityNet for their outreach services and extending the contract through the end of the fiscal year. So that concludes staff's report, and I'm available for any questions.
Great, any questions, staff? All right, my speaker is Michelle Brooks.
Hi, everybody. First of all, thank you so much for approving again and moving forward with the police substation and the police station. Couldn't be more excited. Give them everything and anything they need. Thank you all for being here and being so cohesive and supporting each other. I think it's really clear tonight, so it's exciting to see. Regarding a $37,000 increase to CityNet based on their success, what he just said was because of their success, they're asking for $37,000 more, but I think the city needs to see more tangible evidence of this rather than just saying homelessness is complicated and we made 130 contacts. We went with CityNet over Mercy House for actual results, and I know that when you guys cracked down at the city lot, we placed everybody except for the last remaining few. But my question is the people who are service resistant, who are hanging out at North Beach, choosing to do the bad things that ruined Pico Park, that are now at North Beach, and what are we doing about the service resistant? So not the ones that can help and that we can send home and that we can connect with people. I really want somebody taking a tough stance that the public can see and feel good about, because every day I drive through town, there's more and more tricky people that truly need help, maybe don't want the help, and what are we doing about them before we sign over $37,000 more just because they were successful with moving 4 people. Just my thoughts. I'm going to trust you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks, Mayor Bain. I also suggested polling this item. I would have liked to have seen a little bit stronger metrics as a result of the efforts to date. And I say that it's great that 4 people were housed and we have 18 in case management, but I would like to have seen more, especially for an allocation, another allocation here of almost $40,000. And I know that our sheriff deputies, we have a couple that are working very closely on homeless outreach as well. I'm wondering if some of these individual cases here, if they themselves, as the deputies, could have connected them, with the social services at the county, which I know that they also do. So at this time, I'd like to wait and see rather than approve this, I'd like to see both our Public Safety Committee, our Human Affairs Committee come up with their homeless outreach plans or whatever they have underway. I know they're doing a lot of research, and we'll bring to City Council in the near future, but I'd rather hold off on this to see what a comprehensive plan that they have to present to us. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Ward?
What I understand staff to be asking is to take this contract to the end of June, which is the end of our fiscal year. If we don't do this, we will not have the extra outreach efforts from CityNet, which is something that we talked about doing. I think in 2 months, yes, it is only been 2 months, but those 2 months were right after Christmas and during the holidays that they just started, and they've kind of hit the ground running. I don't think that we should say that 4 people going into services is not enough. And 137 contacts, that's pretty good. It seems like they've contacted everyone more than once to have 137 contacts. So it sounds like what you're saying is don't have someone like CityNet and have our sheriff do it. That's what I took from your comment, that the sheriff, you're making a motion that you think the sheriff should be doing this. Because I don't understand.
Yes, thank you. Again, I'd like to wait and see what our volunteer committees come up with in terms of a plan. Maybe it's a different direction. Maybe it brings CityNet into the fold, along with our deputies who also do homeless outreach. So I know that's not too far off, so I'd like to wait for that before we allocate almost $40,000. Thank you.
Councilmember James, did you have a comment? I saw you reaching for your button earlier.
Yeah, I am. I just don't see the metrics here to support any further funding. Getting 4 people off the streets, well, we don't even know what the recidivism rate is there. How many of them are returning? And consequently, it's a small amount, but I just can't support an increase of $38,000 at this time for CityNet.
So I'm going to give a little bit different approach to this, just because we've been involved in litigation as well. So success can be defined multiple ways. Success is definitely getting folks off the street. They've had 4 folks they've gotten off the street. If we get 1 person off the street as a result of $37,000 by June, that's a success to me. The other success that you can look at with that is we are contacting these individuals daily through CityNet. And when we're involved in litigation, it's incredibly important to have those contacts to be able to tell the court, we are contacting these folks regularly. We are regularly contacting these folks, offering services, offering them a place to go, offering them help, and they are turning it down. That has value. And the reason that it has value is, under Martin v. Boise, if we're not doing that, we can't enforce our anti-camping ordinance. So I'm going to support this contract because it is a vital tool to what we're trying to do both in litigation, and success can't just be defined one way, which is to get people off the street. That's the goal, but that's a pretty myopic look at it. So I'm going to support the contract. So I'll make the motion to move this item.
I'll second that.
So a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
I'm in favor.
Okay. I got 1. All right.
You won me over.
4 to 1. Chris, did you vote?
Yeah, I voted with you.
Okay, 4 to 1. All right. Sorry, aye. I'll do last. Sorry, it's hard for me to count. Yeah, we also. All right. 4 to 1.
Okay. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The public hearing is to consider a City Council-initiated proposal to prohibit smoking in all public places in San Clemente. Staff is, however, recommending that council continue the public hearing to the regular city council meeting of March 17, 2020. But I did receive some cards, so I don't know whether you want them to speak today or...
Are there folks still here to speak on this item? Yeah, let's go ahead and let them speak.
Okay.
Ken, do you want to come on up first? Since you are so exuberant in your hand raise. And then next will be Hoyen Ip, and then Linda Williams.
Good evening, council. I can't tell you how many thousands of cigarette butts I've picked up in beach cleanups, because I've been doing beach cleanups for years. Buckets and buckets and buckets of cigarette butts. That's all I do when I go beach cleanups. Hate cigarette butts. I know it's a tough situation to make it illegal everywhere, but you know what? Do it for your kids. Don't do it for me. Do it for your kids and their kids and grandkids. Get these cigarettes out of their sight. They stink. They throw them everywhere. Smokers don't care. Just watch what they do. You'll see the mess. It's ugly. And this is something that you can do. We did this with styrofoam years ago. When I got home, my kids told me, "Thanks, Dad." You talk to them and you talk them into getting rid of styrofoam. We haven't gotten rid of styrofoam, but it helps. You're not going to get rid of cigarettes, but it would help. And, you know, like I said, do it for your kids. I think it's important. Okay?
Hoyen Ip, followed by Linda Williams.
I'm Hoyen Ip. This is the third time I thank you tonight, and you apparently heard what we said. So I want to echo to everything what he just said, and so I'm not going to repeat what I said here before. And so just a quick note that Laguna, Dana Point, Irvine banned it citywide, and the state banned it on state beaches and in state parks. The thing about the state ban is that it's very symbolic. It comes slow after so many cities have done it, and then it's just a teeny little bit. So I don't think we should wait for the state to act before San Clemente. And wow. Pretty interesting that the next time this comes to the council will be on St. Patrick's Day.
See you then.
Yes, I'll be here. Okay, on enforcement, recently I read a document that says a lot of these bans are complaint-based enforcement, so it helps when people can report it on the app. So this is a particular situation. This is trickier. It's not like the leaf blower. I mean, you know, people throw their gun, right, and you don't see it. But what I notice is that some businesses in these cities are already banned. They still have this trash thing with a tray on top. And so that is a spot we can report. People see that tray, they automatically started smoking there. One last note is that when Irvine Council did this, because of the public comments, and the council decided to add balconies to as one of the public areas. So just FYI. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hoyen. Next is Linda Williams. Hi, Linda.
Hi. Thank you very much for putting this on the agenda. I'd like to quote Ole Hansen, founder of San Clemente. "I vision a place where people can live together more pleasantly than any other place in America. I am going to build a beautiful city on the ocean where the whole city is a park." Your San Clemente's, part of San Clemente's mission statement is maintaining a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. So cigarette smoking is not a healthy thing. We all know that. All the bans and all that, we know that's not healthy. On February 11th, I attended the Beach Parks and Recs when they talked about this. And a couple of their commissioners, the things that they brought up was, well, where does the smokers' rights, why are we trampling on their rights? Well, they can't keep their smoke right here. So when I'm walking my dogs and I pass a smoker on the sidewalk, I'm smelling that smoke 2 and 3 houses past that. You can't keep it to themselves, so that's why we want to ban the smoking. Also, on that same day, sorry, I'm shaking here, February 11th, I was walking my dogs from my house up by the high school down to the pier, and I stopped at Pizza Port, and I picked up 67 butts in front of Pizza Port. And in front of Pizza Port, you may know that there is a bench there, cement bench. There's also a cement ashtray right there. But there were still 67 butts on the ground. I brought those to the meeting. I didn't keep them, I threw them away. But I also, in terms of vaping, these are the things I've been picking up when I walk my dogs in the vaping. And notice there are little disposable things are also being tossed onto our ground. One of the commissioners also said, well, we already have anti-littering laws, so we shouldn't, government on top of government, we already have, littering laws, so we shouldn't be doing that. Well, we're still littering, right? But if we can stop the smoking, we can stop the littering. We can't see when it's already on the ground who did it, but we can stop the person smoking before they threw it on the ground. The other one said, the other thing I think is that smokers have brought this on themselves because they could have taken care and got rid of their stuff the right way, and they didn't. And so, unfortunately, we have to make ways for them not to do it. There's tons of stuff on the Business Insider report that I sent to the council back in December, talked about, the butts, what they do with the nicotine and the arsenic and those things. And it takes anywhere from 18 months to 10 years for those filters to disintegrate. So they're not biodegradable, up to 10 years, because part of it's, 4/5 of them have a kind of plastic in them. Anyway, thank you very much.
So I'm just going to note retroactively that I did open the public hearing, and so I'm going to leave that public hearing open, and I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion to continue the public hearing to March 17th, 2020.
Before we vote on that,
Please.
can I ask if council can give any direction on the future item when it comes, the staff report? Can we do that now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I wanted to mention to staff that the County of Orange has been inundating us with television ads in the last couple months, where I believe they are talking about a smoking ban. And it's called, their slogan is, "We all share the same air." That's how it ends. So I would ask if you could, whatever details are on that program, because I didn't write it down, would you get it in that staff report for us? Okay, thank you.
So is there a second then? Okay, so this motion is second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0 with that additional direction.
Next is a report from the Utilities Director concerning the Wyland, MWDOC, WaterWise Pocket Park Award and potential WaterWise Pocket Park locations.
Good evening, Council. Nikki Beach, Water Conservation Analyst from Utilities, here to talk about the WaterWise Pocket Park project. Just as some background, in April of 2019, city staff encouraged residents to take the annual water pledge for the Wyland Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. And the city of San Clemente proudly gathered the most pledges by percentage of any city in the county. And as a result, we won the prize of a free design and free design and installation of a WaterWise Pocket Park somewhere within our city. And that's 1,000 square feet of WaterWise demonstration. Since then, staff has presented a total of 7 potential sites to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission. And at the January 14th meeting, the commission provided a recommendation for a primary and alternate site for the council to consider tonight. And of course, once the site is selected by the council, we can go ahead and start moving forward and recommending a site for design through the Municipal Water District of Orange County and Wyland program. So the primary site that the commission recommended was in the, actually along the beach trail at the Dehe Court beach access. So those of you that are familiar with the beach trail will probably recognize this cluster of semi-native, semi-not-so-native vegetation that forms kind of an island or a trail median over at the Dije Court access, and that is, I think, a couple access points just south of the North Beach entrance. And it's a great site in the sense that it has a lot of recreational activity, a lot of access, high foot traffic. There's existing irrigation and maintenance contracting in the area through the city. And there is a high potential for aesthetic improvement, just because it's kind of already weedy and overgrown. And it's already a low water use site, but just can use the benefit, benefit from the aesthetic improvement. And then the alternate site that the commission recommended is at the Ole Hansen Beach Club. It is a circle of turf, and it's highlighted there in the green hatch in the map. It is turf right now, and it could benefit from a conversion to a water-wise garden. It shares a lot of the attributes of the primary site in the sense that it has a lot of traffic. There's actually great parking in the area, and there's existing irrigation and maintenance contracting. What sets this site apart is that it's an opportunity to maybe publicly demonstrate the steps of turf removal for residents that are interested in doing that in their own properties. So on that note, I will open it up to questions if you would like to engage in any discussion.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the report. I just had two comments that I'm hoping to get support from council. I'm sure we have discussion. Everybody's pretty excited about this. The first one I think is going to be pretty easy to get support for, and it's just that we dedicate this mayor in honor of former Mayor Steve Schwartz. So whichever decision we go with, I hope that we dedicate in his honor. And then the second thing is I had hoped by winning this grant that we were going to move forward with some new park space. And while I recognize the primary and alternate sites are fantastic locations, they aren't creating any new park space that residents can enjoy. So the one that's really stuck out to me was the Madrid and Ola Vista location, because one, it's kind of a park light community for starters. Two, it's actually in a very high visibility area along Ola Vista and a five-way intersection. I'm sorry, five-way intersection. And then three, it does exactly what I thought we were going to do, which is create new park space. So that's the direction I hope we go with, and that's what I'm asking for, and hopefully I can get support on both those.
Sorry, you said Ola Vista,
Madrid, it's
Page 8, Dan?
yeah, page 8 is the 9A8 is the listing, and then page 9A11 is the photo, if you guys want to flip to that page.
Can I jump in on what you said? We're on the same wavelength. I was it looked like the Beaches, Parks and Rec, they had a really hard time coming up with the perfect spot. But I think we didn't emphasize that we wanted a new park. And one of the things that I notice about this place on Ola Vista and Madrid is these property owners over here do not have any parks. And there is a lot of walking of dogs along Ola Vista, and I think people would like to have a place to stop and sit for a little bit or visit, and this would provide that. And it's highly visible. I think it could be promoted as a water-wise garden, but it's giving an area of our city that doesn't have any parks anywhere close, a park. So that was going to be my suggestion. I'm not surprised you came up with it, but we're on the same page because I was disappointed that it wasn't a new park. So I'm going to be asking for the same thing. I think at the beach club, it's going to be somewhat lost. It's just another area. And on the beach itself, that's such a huge area. And it's up by the bluff. I just don't think people are going to be walking around it and leave the trail for it. So that's going to be my vote, is trying to get a new park out of this, and I think it would be a nice tribute to Steve.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with Council Members Ham and Ward. It's awesome that the residents have really supported this, so it's driven by the residents as well to have that here. So, and I appreciate that, and nice recommendation, have it named after our late Mayor Schwartz.
So it's totally agreeable to the first one, but I loved Dije because I run those stairs all the time. And I look down on those things, I'm like, that is so terrible what is there right now. And I thought it'd be cool. I mean, there's a lot of traffic there, so I thought for Mayor Schwartz it'd be cool to have a lot of people see that, but I don't feel so strongly that I would go against your recommendations. So I'm supportive of that.
So I'll make a motion. And Dan, I recognize your point about the DHA Core. It is a great location. I was just excited about new park space, and I think this is a great opportunity for us. So with that, I'll move that we approve the Calle Madrid Ola Vista site for the Wyland Waterwise Pocket Park Award location, as well as dedicated in honor of former Mayor Steve Schwartz.
Second it.
Third.
All right. Motion second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
Okay, oral communications, part 2. I don't have any cards. Nada. None. The next item is resignation of Jason Talley from the Planning Commission. So I agendized this to give you the opportunity, if you like, you could direct me to recruit to fill the vacancy at this time, or if you prefer, you can defer that until May when you interview and make appointments for all commissions and committees.
So just real quickly before we start the discussion, I just wanted to say, thank you to Jason, obviously, for his service on the Planning Commission. That is not an easy task. He served additional time because of the way that our sort of restructuring happened, but he reached out to me, and, it's time for him to sort of focus on family and work and all that, but really appreciate everything that he did for the city and all the hard work that he put in. So having resigned from the Planning Commission myself, albeit under different circumstances, that's a hard thing to do, but wish him the best and thank him for all of his service. So, Councilmember Ward?
I want to talk about whether to fill it now or wait till May. I think they could, I don't know if any committees he's on, so I'm wondering if it could go until May, that we would have more people come out for it all at once. That's just my comment.
I would be definitely supportive of that approach, because I don't think anybody's going to get onboarded again in that amount of time, and I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. I haven't heard from anyone from the Planning Commission saying they need somebody on DRB or anything like that, so if anybody's...
There is a reserve on the
Yeah, so I think
design review.
we're good. So I think that makes the most sense. So I'll support that motion if you want to make it.
So I'll make the motion that we accept the resignation of Jason Talley from the Planning Commission with regret stated by the mayor, and that we determine that the city clerk can wait until the May 2020 interviews to fill that position.
Okay, I'll second that. Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.
City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have just a couple of things to cover quickly. One relates to the beach trail closure, and there's staff expecting a draft report this next week regarding the damage to one of those concrete support columns, and we're finding that the column does not need to be replaced, but it can be repaired in place. So I think that's probably good news. We're working with a bridge manufacturer to coordinate maybe some preliminary design concepts and some cost estimates that we can bring back to the council. And we've looked at that eroded bluff with geotechnical consultants, and we're discussing suggested repair and removal plan in a field meeting with the Coastal Commission geologist. That's planned for like March 2nd. So things are moving along as it relates to trying to take care of that issue on behalf of the community. The other I wanted to mention, in fact, was Pico Park, and I see that Ms. Smith left, but I did give her my card. But she already sent me an email. So, in fact, she and others, we received a good number of emails on Pico Park, and some of them said, please keep it closed, and others said, please open it up. I'm not sure we're going to just like count the noses as to who went where, but fundamentally, the repairs have moved along well. Staff does anticipate opening the park fairly soon. The issues that Ms. Smith identified, I took a note relative to nesting birds. I'm not exactly sure the location, but we'll find out what she was sharing with us. But fundamentally, once the repairs are completed, and I think they're very close. There's a few issues that we'll take a look at yet, but the council might anticipate that that park likely will get open sooner rather than later. We are getting, and I guess I'm learning more about the Coastal Commission and staff, but we're getting a lot of inquiry from the Coastal Commission as to why the park is not open. And so we're looking at all of those issues and ensuring that we have a plan in place that addresses all of the attendant issues that relate to that park. And we'll be glad to keep the council updated as to when we in fact anticipate doing that. Gosh, at the very earliest, it would probably be at the end of this week, but I think there's a few more things to look at, but you might anticipate that it'll be sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Bob, can we just respond to the Coastal Commission when they ask you when the park will open? Respond to question with a question and ask them when we're going to get permits to complete the repairs on PCH so we can get our sidewalk back?
I'll be glad to do that on behalf of the city.
Okay. City Attorney?
Just quickly, Mayor and Council, there are a couple items that we are helping staff bring back to you. They'll come the next couple meetings. Some of these things have, while we're at it, aspects to it, so we're working those through. But the first is a city ordinance that has mandatory requirements about access in STLU leases. We want to make sure that owners use a city template for that and that it provides all the access it's constitutionally possible. That's done. We want to send it to County Council to vet because they'll be advising the sheriff on it. We want to make sure that we have their buy-in to its terms, but I think we will. With regard to the smoking item that was continued, the council had asked us to look at, flavored vaping prohibitions that other cities have adopted. We'll bring you that back as a bolt-on to the ordinance that you referred to earlier, and that's underway. And then the special events ordinance rewrite. We met with Samantha and Adam last week. That's in my inbox, and you should be able to have that to look at it at one of your next couple meetings. So those are underway. I just want to reassure you. I'm going to ask to be excused from your next meeting. On Friday, I leave for Kyiv, Ukraine, to volunteer for 2 weeks with the Levitt Institute for International Development. The Levitt Institute sends lawyers from the United States and Canada to teach Ukrainian law students about the rule of law. It's really AB 1234 training that you all take that teaches you about conflicts of interest and whatnot. It does it in a moot court setting, so I'll be working with groups of university students who are doing that for a couple weeks, and then I'll be back, but appreciate the opportunity to be away and represent San Clemente in doing that. Elizabeth Hull, my partner, is working the next month in the same endeavor.
Next item is appointment of council representative to the Orange County Library Task Force.
I brought this up at the last meeting. Thanks, Mayor Bain. I can't get to these meetings at 4 p.m. on Thursday once a month, and I was looking to someone on council that might be interested in attending as a library board representative to the Orange County Library System. Is anyone interested in that appointment?
There is absolutely no way that I could take that on.
No, we all have quite a few. I know I have about 10 here, and this would...
Any takers at all? Is there a way to appoint someone other than a city council member? Designated rep.
Council member. Do it.
All right.
Oh, well, thanks, Jean. Thanks, Councilmember James. That's wonderful.
Jean, I will have to say that you will, on this board, I used to be the alternate for it. You will meet a lot of other city council members from other cities, so it's a nice meeting for that. So you'll get to know, different cities more.
And a lot of voters.
Just, yeah.
Thank you for doing it.
Councilmember reports.
Yep, go for it.
Thanks. I just had two quick ones. I attended the CUSD, the Capistrano Unified School District Honors Concert at Segerstrom Center of the Arts last week. It was beautiful. We have such professional, talented students, and they came from all the middle schools and high schools in CUSD, so it was such a joy to be there. And then secondly, I just wanted to report that I'll be attending a meeting that the citizens who have been involved in community choice energy in South County have invited me to. I'll be attending that meeting on Thursday, and there'll be City of Dana Point representatives there and also San Juan Capistrano. Thank you.
Great. Chris? Yeah. I have an announcement and then a request. So the first announcement is pretty good on. I hope I'm going to get support to do a press release, and if it's not already on the city website, put it on there. So the first one is some good news we got from Tom Vonnegut, and we all got this email a couple weeks ago, but it's great news for the community. So basically what the email says is that we were approved, or grant funding was approved in the amount of $505,000 to the Corps of Engineers, specifically for our San Clemente Sand Replenishment Project. And what this means is that the Corps will now have its remaining funding to complete the design phase of this project. So that's really good news. We're moving in the right direction. Hopefully we'll have some more sand on our beaches in the near future. This is a first step in that direction. So hopefully we can do a press release and then put it on the city's website if we haven't done so already. Yep. Great. And then the second one, I was just going to ask that we agendize for discussion traffic calming measures at the intersection of El Camino Real in Canada and El Camino Real and Esplanade. I've gotten multiple requests from residents about the dangers of these two intersections, and hopefully I can get support from one other council member to do this.
Yes.
I'll support you on that.
Okay.
Who's good enough for me?
Yeah, and I believe that staff's already working on Esplanade and maybe Cañada too. Isn't it Cañada?
Well, so I like to say Canada because it doesn't have a little tilde. And
Oh, okay.
I get hassled
I
for
get
not
what
pronouncing
you're
it
doing.
Kenyatta because it's.
So do they have to get,
Oh, I just want to clarify what. So, great question. No, it's the intersection.
intersection.
Yes, the intersection. Thanks for that clarification. So the intersection of El Camino Real and Avenida Canada.
Perfect.
And then second one would be El Camino Real and Avenida Esplanade.
I'll just say one thing, just because it's timely. I attended Casa Romantica, got, as you know, they got approval to do a full PR as one of the, I think it's the 5 places along El Camino Real in the state historical places. So they were able to do an exhibit at John Wayne Airport. And so I did attend, and it's fantastic. If next time you're at the airport, it is between terminals B and C. It's the entire causeway. It's not just a small wall, it's the entire causeway. And it makes, the pictures are beautiful, but they said that they have 1 million visitors a month through that terminal. And so that's all promoting coming to Casa Romantica and historic tourism. So I just want to commend Casa Romantica on getting that honor, and I think that they represent our city quite well. So.
Kathy, thank you for going, because I told them I was coming and I forgot.
So I was gonna have one announcement from Joanne, but also just what Chris said. So I got to get on the phone with Senator Feinstein and Assemblymember or Congressman Levin about that issue, and I'm confident I had absolutely nothing to do with us getting that grant, but it was really neat to talk to them and know that there was a lot of emphasis placed on getting that money because it is critical to get sand back. So I'm just super excited that that's finally happening. And the other announcement is for the Public Safety Committee again. I'm going to read this. The City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications from individuals interested in serving on the city's Public Safety Committee. This ad hoc committee will consist of 6 members who will meet as needed. The city is recruiting for applications from technical professionals with a public safety background. City residency is not required to serve on this committee. Additional information, including application forms, are available on the city's homepage or by contacting the City Clerk's Office at 949-361-8345. Please note that applications must be received by the City Clerk's Office by Monday, February 24th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. City Council will interview and appoint committee members at one of its meetings in March 2020. I know we've gotten 4 applications so far, so there's plenty of opportunity for folks that are interested in serving on Public Safety Committee. So please get those applications in. So with that, I have no further announcements. So off to
Yes, the next item is the second reading of Ordinance 1690. That's the small cell ordinance, and I have some speaker cards.
All right, so our first speaker is going to be Corey Autry, and then Jeff Perkin, and then Anne Marie Hines. Corey?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Corey Autry, and I'm here tonight representing AT&T on this agenda item regarding your second reading of the proposed small cell ordinance. AT&T's legal department submitted letters to you on both February 3rd and February 17th outlining continued concerns with some provisions of the ordinance and the small cell standard. We do appreciate the staff has been working with the industry to come up with a workable solution. And we also understand there has been much input from the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the community as well. So AT&T is looking forward to providing improved wireless coverage and capacity to all residents, patrons, and businesses within the city of San Clemente, although we are still concerned that your setback requirements could effectively prohibit this service and require an exception process for every location. So following your action tonight, AT&T looks forward to taking next steps with the city planning staff and working well with them. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. We did receive that letter.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Great.
Jeff Perkin, followed by Anne Marie Hines and Courtney Morrow.
Hello, City Council. Thank you again for your decision at the last meeting to increase the distance to 500 feet from homes. We wanted to talk about the exception process that gentleman just mentioned. As the ordinance currently stands, it threatens to undermine your decision that you made last meeting. We request that the ordinance be further amended to include the opportunity to appeal at public hearings for applications that require an exception request. If we don't include this amendment, we might as well hand our local decision-making power to the FCC, and therefore the wireless industry, as Council Member James so astutely pointed out at the last meeting. The people and the process in this room matter. We need this opportunity because the community deserves to have a continuing voice in this. To clarify, we're not asking for public hearings on all applications, only those requesting an exception. But if they're going to do exceptions for all applications, like he just said, we've got a battle. And if we don't have this ability, what significant deterrent will the wireless industry have from making every application an exception, as he said? Maintaining public hearings in those cases will encourage wireless companies to work with the ordinance and therefore respect your decision to keep these wireless facilities at a 500-foot distance from homes. We also seriously request that a public hearing be required when an antenna on wireless facilities are updated to 5G. As of now, the ordinance states that, quote, the city planner shall review and decide on requests to modify existing wireless towers. This includes, quote, the replacement of transmission equipment. So that sounds to me like people will not be informed at all when these are modified from 4G to 5G. And since the significant controversy seems to be surrounding 5G, I would strongly request that we have some sort of public hearing or some sort of, I mean, it sounds like we're just not even going to know. And if these issues are not addressed, if further amendments are not made with regards to the exception process and the 5G thing, I would encourage you all to vote no tonight on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Next is Anne Marie Hines, followed by Courtney Morrow.
Good evening, City Council.
Thank you for the increase in setback from residential and mixed-use properties from 100 feet to 500 feet. We at Safe Sale Sites for San Clemente would like the written notification to be adjusted from 300 feet to 700 to 1,000 feet. And secondly, we would like you to allow public appeals for applications where the applicant is asking for an exception. We pray that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Courtney Morrow.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for the increase to the residential setback from 100 feet to 500 feet, as this will greatly affect the visual impacts on our neighborhoods and help maintain the quiet enjoyment of our streets. We would like to bring to your attention a few critical items that will have lasting impacts on the deployment of these wireless facilities in the public right-of-way and the public's rights to know and participate in the zoning process, particularly when they affect our neighborhoods where we all, including our children, play, learn, sleep, and heal. So in light of the increase in setback from residential mixed-use properties from 100 to 500 feet, it's kind of more of a technicality, we would like you to consider amending the public noticing requirement of 300 feet, as this now falls short of residences in close proximity to small wireless facilities, and therefore these residents will not be made aware of this occurring near their properties should an application fall within 300 to 499 feet. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of noticing. So written notification radius must be increased such that residents within anywhere from 700 to 1,000 feet of an applied site will receive written notice. And despite our efforts to request that the appeals by public hearings still be maintained, the ordinance still has language that removes all public hearings from the permitting process. We understand the challenge given the FCC with the FCC shot clocks, but these shot clocks are presumptive. They're not hard line timeframes. Not only do applicants benefit from the shorter timeframes, the streamlined process through administrative review, where staff will be the sole deciders of these cell towers as a result of this ordinance, the complete removal of public hearings is not only undemocratic, but simply unjust. We are requesting that should an applicant apply for a site that is not compliant with the city's design and development guidelines and request an exception, then those applications should be allowed to be appealed to a public hearing. This is a fair and balanced request of residents. When an applicant is requesting an exception, require that the applicant must justify an exception by clear and convincing evidence for the record. That specific language should be included to section 17.16.075G1B. If these revisions cannot be incorporated, we urge you to vote no on the ordinance tonight to allow for further deliberation. We request that you consider these factors and look forward to your discussion to address our public comments. We thank you for your leadership and anticipate that these items will be given serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. All right. Any comments, questions? A motion?
Thanks. I have a question actually for our city attorney. Scott, is there any thing in any issue with our municipal code that prevents us from increasing this noticing requirement from 300 to 500?
No, I don't think so, Mayor and Council. I look at Katie and Cecilia. I think it's our discretion to be able to go broader than that. It puts a notice on the applicant to bring in a longer list of affected parcels.
Okay. I like that because it mirrors the setback, so 500 feet.
Yeah, that's a good thought. If I can interrupt, while we're thinking about that, rather than disrupt this, I'd rather bring that back as a tweak that's a standalone to this ordinance, so this stays on the path to enactment.
We can do that?
If the council so directs, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Kathy?
I need a clarification because if you're asking for a 500 feet notice, we're not changing the way that these exceptions are handled because we moved and approved it last time that they're administrative.
Right.
Is that correct? You're just changing?
Right, just the noticing requirement, so it encompasses more people and mirrors the 500 feet setback.
So if you want to change it with that.
I'd suggest that the motion be to, as written, to adopt the ordinance that's before you, and to ask us to bring back a minor amendment to augment the notice requirement on this type of application. Katie?
Could I clarify with you, Mr. Smith? So if we brought it back as a separate item, would it first have to go through Planning Commission?
I don't think, that's a really good question, and I was thinking that myself. I think because it doesn't affect the use per se on the property, it's purely procedural, that we'd have it brought back just straight to the council and do it that way.
That's fine with me. I don't have any objection to that. I will say, this ordinance got a lot of work, and I hear some of the comments about, sort of the different issues and all that. My concern would still be, as we worked through last time, the shot clock issues, and we'd sort of be going right back to the same procedure we were utilizing before, which is the whole reason why we wanted to do this ordinance. So I totally understand the concerns that are out there, but we lose sort of all the benefit of this ordinance if we do that again. And I appreciate AT&T coming and speaking today, and hopefully you folks will work well with us in sort of our boundaries and what our residents want, because I think they spoke pretty loud and clear about, kind of where they stood on this issue. So I feel like with that tweak, we've done the very best work that we can do, and granted, there were a lot of heads involved in this, so this is the way I think the process is supposed to play out. And nobody's happy with the result, it seems, which tells me that it's perfect. So with that, I will make the motion to adopt staff recommendation. If I have a second?
Excuse me.
Oh, okay. All right, then. That we adopt ordinance number 1690 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending portions of chapters 17.88 definitions, 17.28 special uses, and 17.16 applications, and 17.12 development review process of the zoning ordinance to update permitting requirements for small cell facilities.
I'll second that.
So a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 3-2. And then I think per Mayor Pro Tem's direction, we can bring back that 500-foot noticing tweak to this ordinance. I would be supportive of that in the future. Okay.
Could I request that there be flexibility to bring this back with the batch amendments that the city council initiated?
Sounds like a brilliant idea.
Okay, thank you.
Is there support for that? Yep, there's two. All right. Gene, did you make a motion tonight?
I did not.
You want to move to adjourn? Oh, all right, well, you can move to recess to closed session.
Thank you. Make a motion to recess to closed session.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a very important motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn to the adjourned regular council meeting to be held on Monday, March 2nd, 2020, and the council chambers are located at 100 Avenue, Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session item will be considered 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will take place at 6 p.m. Note, the regular city council meeting of March 3rd, 2020 was rescheduled to March 2nd, 2020. That's to not conflict with the presidential primary election.
Second. Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0.